in Boca Raton, and thank you for seeing all of us and all your hard work.
I will add, I did not know Jared Rosenstein made it, but a shout out to him for assisting. My office filed 42 appropes, a total of 760 pages of documents, thanks to my staff, Logan, Austin, and Sam. And so it's been a pleasure serving the whole area for that. And I forgot to mention we got $10,450,000 for FAU this year to increase its medical school, which will benefit all of us immediately, and of course uplift FAU to a new level.
Very good. Mr. Brigger?
Yes, no, thank you. No, definitely. Thank you. I just want to say that, we've had a nice couple of years really working with you up in Tallahassee, and during those periods when you're in session, the people should know that you're literally running around from hearing to hearing, but you always take time to meet with us. And likewise, when you want to hear about important issues or what the facts are, when you're in the middle of session, I know you've personally reached out to me and you've asked for the facts, you've asked for data, you've asked for information to help get it across the finish line. So thank you, and again, thank Jared and the team up there. But it's really noticeable. So we appreciate you. Thank you.
Of course.
Anyone?
Great to see you again, Representative. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very
All
much.
right, we'll do. We'll be in touch as always.
Oh, please. Ms. Drucker, I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Oh, Ms. Drucker, yes.
No, thank you so much for all your efforts. I know we've been working on a lot of these, especially the underbridge, which was a big deal for public safety. So I'm appreciative of your efforts. Of course, I'm not in chambers today, but I appreciate everything you do for the city of Boca Raton, all the advocacy and your hard work up in Tallahassee, representing not only Boca Raton, but your district. And Mr. Rosenstein was there. Thank you as well. It was an incredible, interesting, unique session, and I'm glad that we made it through. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you
We
very
appreciate
much.
it
It's a
again.
pleasure.
Thank
I
you.
will add that it's a joy to represent Boca Raton, Highland Beach, and the county. Believe you me, there are so many other areas of the state which are not in such wonderful fiscal and states, and even states of parks and pleasure and waters. So we should be proud of where we live. We are way ahead of many, maybe most other municipalities in the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you. And folks, I appreciate all the applause, and I know the representative does too. We have a lot of new guests here, and we're delighted that you're here. I will suggest we have, you may want to, it may be tempting to applaud after every speaker, but you have a lot of people standing on the sidelines waiting. All that applause builds up, so some people may want to sit down. We understand you may agree with people. You don't have to applaud every time. In fact, if you don't applaud for everyone, some people's feelings might be hurt. So bear that in mind. You're free to do what you want, but it might, I know everyone's eager to speak because we're happy to hear you. With that, we'll move to the board appointments. Financial Advisory Board, do we have either of the applicants present? Seeing none, council members, we have two incumbents seeking reappointment, Nicole Gaspari, Sheila Rankin. What's your pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we appoint Ms. Gaspari and Ms. Rankin, the two incumbents.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, very good.
Aye.
Historic Preservation Board, we're still looking for an AIA member, an American Institute of Architects member. Library Board, we have three incumbents who've applied. Are any present? I don't see them. So council members, we have Sharon Arnett, Jeff Gordon, and Beatrice Waldron, all incumbents. What's your pleasure?
Mayor, I move to appoint the incumbents.
Very good.
Second.
Very good. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, they are appointed. We'll turn to our Parks and Recreation Board. I do see at least one applicant present. Yes, Dr. Frisch, welcome.
Thank you. Greetings. In interest of brevity, I'm Dennis Frisch, living at 1070 Southwest 19th Street. I'm completing 20 years of service on that board. I would very much like your consideration to continue serving for 2 more years. And if you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you. Council members, any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your continued interest in serving after 20 years. Any other applicants for this board? I don't see them either. We had Ms. Villanale up here yesterday. So council members, we've got 3 incumbents, George Freund, Dennis Frisch, Julie Villanale for 3 vacancies. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we reappoint all 3 incumbents.
Very good. A second? I'll second. And any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Terrific.
Aye.
We are still looking for a structural engineer for our Permitting and Construction Review Board. So if any of you are one or know one, please encourage them to serve the city. And we'll now turn to our Sustainability Advisory Board, and I do see Mr. Ignatoff here. Welcome. As he comes to the lectern, I will say that Christina Hicks, an incumbent, advised that she's unable to appear tonight, but she does wish to be considered.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Ed Ignatoff. I live at 20982 Pinar Trail, Boca Raton, 33433. I have been a member of the Sustainability Advisory Board since December, and I'm back in front of you because I was taking over a vacant spot which expired this August. So here I am again. Since then, I have attended all meetings, 100%, and I continue to learn how the board works and add my insights to the discussions. I've also participated in many of the sustainability department's events that it's promoted, like the tour of the water and wastewater treatment facility. I was at the strategic planning input session for the city. I was at the flag raising for our famous Blue Flag Beach at Spanish River Park. And a few weeks ago, I was at the Dream and Green We Lab workshop at the library. So I am here to ask for you to extend my tenure for another 2 years. And while I have the podium, I just also want to thank our state representative for the work she's done, and especially the hurricane mitigation funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, any questions of Mr. Ignatoff? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our interviews. So would anyone like to make a motion for this board?
Mayor, I move that we reappoint Mr. Ignatoff and Ms. Hicks to the Sustainability Advisory Board.
Second.
Very good. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Very good, and that is approved. So I have a different suggestion, actually, now. The consent agenda, I thought we should, 9T might take some time, we'll have discussion. Does anyone else, let me just ask you, does any other council member wish to pull any consent agenda items? Because I see some people in the audience, and if no one wants to pull them and there's no public comment, they could be disposed of in a minute, and those people don't have to wait. So I'm going to suggest then we further amend the agenda to take up consent agenda up to 9A, everything but 9T. We'll put 9T afterwards. Is that, we have consensus on that? All right, so people are nodding yes, so we're just going to go ahead and do that. So, all right, no council member wants to remove the consent agenda other than 9T. Would any member of the public wish to comment on just the consent agenda? Seeing no one come forward, we'll entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda without item 9T as in tango. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Very good. Any further discussion? Ms. Siddons, please.
Singer,
Yes.
Naklis.
Yes.
Drucker,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Wigder.
Yes.
Motion passes 5 votes to 0.
Very good. And I know some of the people who are waiting, including our governmental partners for that, have now been, thank you for that minute of indulgence. We now can move on. We'll take item 9T up after the government campus discussion, which is item 10. It's resolutions and other business. And we're going to have an update on our government partnership opportunity. We'll have a report first from staff, and then from CBE, then we'll have members' comments from the public. I just wanted to say a few words. Welcome. I see a lot of new faces. I see some faces who've been here at the, I think now 26 or 27 times we have noticed this matter in the last year alone, or the last year plus, since 2024. There is no vote to be taken tonight. So always happy to have people. We like to get more accurate information out there. Today is an informational update and always public comment. We value public comment. We've had it at now, I think, 27 meetings. We've never had as many people here. And I see a lot of similarly styled shirts. So I understand that you may be speaking on a particular issue, which doesn't relate, as one of the petitioners told me, doesn't relate only to the downtown. But we will give you an informational update, but no votes to be taken tonight. So I just didn't want anyone waiting around thinking, when's the vote going to happen? This was for an update. We are still proceeding, and Mr. Lukasik, I believe, Mr. Brown, will give an update on the process generally, what we've been doing over the years of discussion, and where we are now.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Lukasik, please give us the update. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is really a quick high-level review of where we are and where we're going. So really began with your strategic planning process. I know when I arrived over 3 years ago, lots of discussion about what the western section of downtown was going to look like. What was the campus going to look like? And the council prior to this one and this council have all consistently described this vibrant, active area in town that engages the community, provides for civic pride, connects to the rest of downtown, and is very walkable and enjoyable for everybody within the community. So you articulated that vision very, very well. You went through a process to find and identify members of the development community that can engage and partner with the city to develop that vision. So that really entailed not only a private investment, but revenues from that private investment that would help fund a lot of the public infrastructure, a lot of the public improvements that would be made as part of the project. And a lot of what you talked about was the need to re-envision City Hall due to its age and its condition, reimagine the community center, still stay true to those types of activities that are at the community center, make sure that we have those meeting spaces, that community gathering space, but also enhance it so that we do have some additional recreational opportunities. So we found that partner in Tara Frisbee. I actually, let me correct myself, you found that partner in Tara and Frisbee Group. And since that time, staff has been working with them in partnership with our consultants, CBRE, to fashion a plan to be able to achieve that vision that you have been talking about. The end goal of the work that we're pursuing right now is to adopt a master partnership agreement, or in other words, a development agreement, as well as a master plan. Those two agreements are going to be the basis for what we actually end up with on the downtown campus area, the 30 acres of the downtown campus. To get there, we meet regularly with Tara and Frisbee. We have a number of work groups that are comprised of city staff, members of the CBRE team, members of the Tara Frisbee group, their consultants and advisors, all working collaboratively to achieve that vision that you articulated. A lot of the things that we're focused in on right now, one is the preservation of the recreational opportunities that are currently on site. So one of the things that Tara Frisbee knows very clearly is that before we disturb tennis or softball or the other recreational opportunities, we're going to relocate them. So we're in the process right now of identifying what relocation of softball looks like, what the relocation of tennis looks like, what the skate park and pump track in partnership with the district will look like. So all those things are happening right now. And just those three things, as you can imagine, a lot of work, a lot of moving parts, a lot of detail. And I actually want to personally apologize to the public, because as busy as we are and as difficult it is to get the message out, we can do a little bit better in terms of our communications so that the public actually knows what we're doing. So we're developing some strategies to be able to get there so we can push some additional information out to the public that'll be easy to digest. I digress. So in addition to those recreational opportunities, we're developing recreational opportunities on site. The City Hall is intended to be designed to be able to foster civic events and be able to cater to the needs of the community center, obviously meetings, recreational opportunities. There are other recreational opportunities planned for the campus. We've talked, there's still some things in flux, but we talked about, should some additional tennis be there, or should it be open space so you could have youth opportunities out there. So we'll see as we're continuing with the plans. One of the big components of this is going to be the built environment. That built environment is really going to drive the character of the downtown area. So we're working closely with Tara and Frisbee to start talking about that built environment. You obviously have already responded to the master plan, the interim master plan that you've adopted. There's still a lot of details to be fleshed out, not only in terms of the buildings, but then the public space. So parks, roadways, sidewalks, pedestrian areas, places of refuge for pedestrians, all those things. So Lots of design work, lots of studying going on, lots of things happening all at one time, and again, so much happening that it's sometimes difficult to get the message out. Last thing I want to touch base on is because of all these things that we're starting to plan, we're thinking about not only the revenue that's being generated to help make a lot of the long-term community investments into the site, but also what are the expenditures going forward. Given that we're still going through some of that design phase, some of those numbers are difficult to capture. So I can understand from a public perspective, there's some angst that we don't know what it fully looks like yet. But the reality is that we're still planning, we're still still working to make sure that we have the right infrastructure in place to be able to accommodate the plan that's coming forward. So that revenue component and the expenditure component, we're getting really close. And we're going to be able to start talking about what that looks like and what the real benefit of this project is to the public, not only in terms of the quality of life improvements, but also in terms of the infrastructure, the recreational, and other improvements that are going to be made on site. So between now and I think that your regular meeting in August, there'll be a lot of information available at that point in time. So, Mayor, I know that was a little bit longer than you and I discussed, but I wanted to make sure that I captured that and kind of give a little bit of sense as to all the work that's going on.
That's okay. May I ask you a few more questions? Because a stitch in time saves 9. I'd rather
Certainly.
you hear it at the outset in case people who've gotten incomplete information or in some cases inaccurate information get it. The current plan, you talked about recreation, how we're not only looking to relocate and enhance, but we're looking to expand on-site and off-site. Yep. Could you talk a little bit about the plan specifically for the Children's Museum, where it's going to go, how that was planned beforehand, the banyan trees, and can you talk, and also, can you talk about how many billions of dollars is proposed to go to the city over the life of these agreements?
Yeah, I will. So, as it relates to Singing Pines, so as Mr. Brown mentioned last night, we had initial plans to relocate the buildings, Singing Pine and the buildings surrounding it, so the Rickards and the Ricketts site buildings. Those were going to be relocated largely because we were making plans to move staff out of the existing base building, the building administration and code enforcement building, for a lot of the same reasons that we're talking about City Hall. Same type of scenario, older building, not really serving the needs, et cetera. So we've been talking about that particular type of project. So we were contemplating for a while moving those 3 buildings off-site. One of the things that we're starting to talk about recently is how can we better recognize Singing Pines and make sure that it's integrated into the community. So one of the concepts that we're talking about right now is integrating it more closely into the existing site in conjunction with the community center. So it would be a place where you can kind of curate the history of the city hall or city government, pay kind of tribute to Singing Pines and its history, just have a better opportunity so that it can still get exposed to the community as opposed to being located off-site where it might not be as exposed to the general public as it would be downtown. So that's still a little bit in flux, but we have strong plans to make sure that it's given the attention that it needs. Talking about the banyan trees are kind of a signature piece of the project. So there is a corridor in this plan or a plaza in this plan that's dedicated to the banyan trees. So Tara and Frisbee have designed a plan to particularly accommodate those trees and make sure that they're preserved and integrated into a workable solution. Now, admittedly, we've talked to them about some of the challenges associated with the banyan trees as well. As beautiful as they are, there are some challenges that come along with it. So we're working with them to make sure that that plaza is going to be able to function well. As it relates to the billions of dollars, yes. I can't remember some of the revenue numbers that we have. Yeah, 3.
I believe it's in the 3
but
range,
it's in that realm. So we're still going through various development scenarios to make sure that we have a full understanding of what some of those revenues are going to be. Whether it's from the collection of ad valorem taxes, the ground lease payments that will be made, and dollars going to the CRA, which are also ad valorem, but right now they're being captured by the CRA. So the recognition of all those dollars coming in based upon the development program. So another complexity to this that isn't quite settled yet, but we're trying to get to that place where we're going to be able to figure out what that is, and then understand that component vis-a-vis the expenditures, the investment in infrastructure, the investment in the buildings on site, et cetera.
And then finally, it's been asserted by some out there that there haven't been the appropriate or required analyses under state law, and I know that we're working on a bunch, and that all will be done. Can you give an advise to where we are in terms of what's required and what we were already doing and where it all fits in the timeline?
Yeah, there are some, for lack of a better description, because I have to admit I haven't gone back and looked at the language in the statute for a while, but some analysis of the project as a whole to make sure that there's a public benefit, and we look at the cost-benefit analysis of the particular project. So we're in the early stages of engaging on that project. But it's happening right now. Mr. Zervis and I just talked about it today. So we're going to be looking at those components that are particular to the statute, but we're also going to be looking at the broader economic impact as well. Because one of the, outside of just what happens with the project, it's what happens from an economic perspective as well. So what other benefits to the community are there because of the investments being made, the activity that will be generated by the project. So we'll be evaluating that component as well.
Right. And then finally, we're also doing all the other required studies, geotechnical, environmental, traffic, recreation. Those are all underway, or?
All of those are underway or done.
And finally, I just wanted to say, where has this information been posted since October, and roughly how many newsletters and public meetings have we had in addition to the 27 we've had here as a formal noticed item?
Mayor, I know you're prompting me, and you might know the answer. I don't know the numbers, but a lot of information on the website. We're trying to do a better job of getting some of the static data out there, so some of the studies are out there as well. So we're trying to react to the feedback that we're getting and make the website more usable and provide better value to the community if they're interested in what's going on.
But all of the plans, all of the financials, all the details have been on myboca.us and still are, right?
They are.
Okay.
Let me just make one point on the financials, because we do have financial data up there, but as I was just saying, the financial analysis is changing pretty rapidly. We're looking at what the program is going to look like. We're trying to evaluate it right now. So I will tell you that we don't have every iteration of the financial analysis on the site. We have the preliminary evaluation that came as Tara Frisbee was submitting their initial plans. It's advanced. We're going to get to the point where we're going to say, okay, that is what the project looks like, and that's the information that the public needs to understand. So, and then we'll go out and explain it. But right now, it's still in flux, and I understand that the public in general is probably wondering, well, why? Why do we not see it? We're getting there, and I apologize that it's not ready yet, but it is coming. We're going through that process. It's coming.
Well, thank you. You apologized earlier. I don't know if you have to. Sometimes staff might need to in rare occasions, but here I would say I want to thank communication staff, because we've sent dozens of newsletters, more than 100, I guess, social media posts over the time. We can't control all the information out there, so we'll continue to get it out. Thank you for updating us now, too.
Yeah, you're welcome. And we are doing our best. And, like I said before, we already are developing those plans to continue to push information out and, be better than we have been. And my apologies are no knock on the communications team. They're fantastic.
We appreciate that. And yes, I would say even better. We put out everything that we have, and what's in the works will be out there as soon as it's done. Yes, all right. Any other questions before we proceed? Thank you for that overview. I think that's helpful. If not this time, then would we have CBRE come up with an update? If they were available, I know.
Do you want to, I'm sorry, did you want to talk about the agenda item, or did you?
Which, I'm sorry, you're talking 9T, that we pushed that conversation to later.
Okay.
So I think we should take that up later. Just
Okay,
talk
that's
about
fine.
the downtown. Right, yes. So yeah, is anything the CBRE to add about the downtown specifically, not 9T?
No, they do not.
Okay, very well. All right, well, thank you. Well, they're here and they're listening too, so they're working for us. So with that, we'll open up the public comment on the partnership opportunity. I have a number of cards. When your name is called, please come up to the lectern, give your name and address. You'll have up to 3 minutes. Please face the lectern because we won't be able to hear you, and also the audience at home won't be able to hear you if you turn aside. As was said, there's no decision being made tonight, but we're happy to have you here. Also, for some of you who are new here, we don't respond to each question one at a time. Our traditional practice is, it's a new one we've added over the years, it's public comment, not public Q&A, but we do our best to take down questions and at the end of public comment, respond to as many as we reasonably can. Sometimes someone will ask 20 questions and they're not suitable just to give an off-the-cuff answer, but we'll do our best and we try to presage that with giving you some information there. So the cards are from Brett Lassen, Andrea Kurga, pardon me if I can't read it, Joe Magis.
Good evening. Thanks for letting me come up here. Brett Lassen, 641 Northwest 10th Court, Lake Forest, Florida, 42-year resident of Boca Raton. Haven't been able to come to a council meeting since the new proposal came out, and this is some of my thoughts of the latest proposal that's out. When I first heard the bullet points, I thought it sounded really good, but after actually reading it and digesting it some, I felt it was a bait and switch. Yes, they reduced the number of the rental units and added more green space, but they doubled the office space by adding over 200,000 square feet, also increasing the food and beverage and retail, hotel square footage. We, the residents, have been asking for a smaller and less dense building, but apparently that's not what we're getting. Memorial Park, I was reading about that, was developed starting in 1959 as an initiative to expand public recreation in Boca Raton. According to the Boca website, it says the following: the city remains committed to honoring its past while planning responsibly for its future. And then I hear now we're talking, we're leasing the parkland, a possible sale of some of it for condos in that area. I don't think that's responsibly taking care of our parklands and the city without a vote by the citizens of what to do with our parkland. As far as the financial goes, I hear we're taking out bonds to pay for the phase 1 construction of ours. I'm not a financial guy, so I don't know how all that works. But I do have a concern. What happens if, unfortunately, if Tierra Frisbee goes bankrupt? You know, what happens with that? Mr. Thompson's brought up some very good points about what's the income coming and how long it's going to take to get it to us. He's raised a caution flag that I think it needs to be objectively looked at. I just saw where Brightline is delaying its interest payment to bondholders due to insufficient funds. So what happens if something like Brightline happens? What happens if something like Penn Frisbee happens with the bankruptcy and all the vacant buildings? And in closing, I'd just like to say I think this is too big, and we're paving paradise to put up a parking lot. Thank you for your time.
Ariana Kura, Ariana?
Hello, City Council members. My name is Ariana Kudia. I live at 591 Northwest 13th Avenue in Boca Raton. I have a few concerns about the changes happening in our city. Cutting down 11 acres of trees on Sugar Sand Park, taking away 17 acres from Memorial Park, and removing Meadows Park softball fields does not sound like something that will make the quality of my life better. I'm just a kid, and instead of standing here worrying about where I will get to play softball, I should be at home playing catch with my little brother. These green spaces and parks matter. They're where we play, where we make friends, and where we feel safe and happy. If we lose them, we lose part of what makes this city feel like home. I know people say this plan is for the next generation, but I'm the next generation, and right now I don't want any of these changes. It feels like kids and families might be the ones losing the most. That's why I think it's so important to keep asking questions and making sure that the city works for everyone, not just today, but for all of us growing up here in the future. Thank you for listening to and for giving me the chance to share my thoughts.
Joe Magis. Joe Magis. Mr. Magis.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you all for coming. Joe Magis, 254 Northeast 5th Street. Thank you guys for asking for feedback, and it's pretty simple. I think I speak for everybody here when the feedback is, we don't want it. It's quite simple. We don't want it. We don't want to negotiate. We don't want it. 31 acres of publicly owned land are currently occupied by City Hall, a community center, police station, and extensive recreational facilities, and you guys are planning to redevelop it into a modern government campus. For reference, this is what 31 acres looks like. This is Meisner Park, and just for everybody's reference, you guys are planning to put an equivalent structure just on the other side of the railroad tracks, and it's like, where's the space? We're going to take all of this away. It's a big piece of property, and we're going to renovate and to replace existing structures? No. You're going to trade a 60,000 square foot city hall for a smaller one, a police station for a substation, and you're going to strip away recreational facilities to accommodate your pet project, a hub of affordable housing, office space, and downgraded city facilities, all for the low, low price of a 99-year ground lease of $1 billion public property to private developers. Everybody here, I assume, has heard the best part, but just in case they haven't, they don't get a say. They might have a say here tonight, but you guys aren't going to listen because after 27 public meetings of you saying, oh, well, people aren't here that disagree with you, whatever, you keep voting for one. So it's ridiculous. You're going to direct everybody to the renderings. What aren't you guys telling us? For everybody's information, the downtown recreational facilities are being eliminated, reduced, or displaced. We don't want that. Downtown's where we live. We want to keep it there. Secondly, our time in traffic is going to drastically increase. Putting another Meisner Park in the middle of downtown will inevitably lead to existing traffic backups only getting worse. Thirdly, oh, and by the way, thank you for conducting the traffic studies right in the middle of summer when half the people aren't here. As for the affordable housing, our prime piece of real estate is going to turn into Section 8. Affordable housing is only a government marketing misnomer and is going to turn Boca into downtown LA. You guys have tried it. This is the Wildflower property, $10 million piece of public land that's now roped off to the public because the homeless problem got so bad. So our quality of life is being sacrificed to appease you guys, corporate interests, and out-of-towners, and we hope that someone would campaign and follow through on a promise of preventing overdevelopment. 2016. While the mayor goes on Fox News to invite Manhattan here and make Boca the 6th borough and spends our tax dollars running ads in Times Square, we the people demand this be put to a vote. No more of this. We're full. No more backdoor deals, no more sellouts, or telling us that this project is going to go through. We're done. Put it to a vote. Thank you.
We normally don't respond to all comments, but I actually wanted to respond to the prior commenter because I know she may have to get home for school or not for school, but bedtimes by the time we're done. Just a couple facts out there. There's conversation already that public space is going to be eliminated. That's 17 acres of parkland, which I don't know the calculation there, but okay, reasonable minds can disagree. It's going to be eliminated. Actually, there's 40% more green space that's being proposed. A lot of the statements were not correct, and I can't go back to all of them, but just on softball, I wanted to add, we already have plans in the budget to increase not only the number of fields in one place, but also add facilities. The softball fields, which are not as well used, would go over to Sugar Sand through a partnership with the Beach and Park District. We would increase the number of fields and bad facilities that would rival the baseball facilities, which would put us in some equity there. I wanted to share that. We'll come back to other comments, but it's important. We're going to try to get as much information out there. You've heard some incorrect facts already, and there may be more, but we do our best. Lorraine Blank, Rita Head, Yvonne Sung Tubal.
Hello, good evening. I spoke last month, so you probably recognize me. I've been a resident of Boca Raton, Yvonne
But you have to give us your name and
Yvonne
address.
Zumtobel, 840 Oleander Street, Boca Raton, Florida, 33486. I've been a resident here since 1978 for the past 8 years. I've served on the city's Historic Preservation Board. The 30-plus acres of public land that encompass City Hall has a history. 17 acres within the 30 is Memorial Park. That's the softball fields, the basketball courts, the playgrounds. This land was dedicated as a World War II memorial in the 1940s. Most residents agree our growing city needs a new updated city hall and a community center. But this current plan shows a city hall less than half its size. I've heard the word ceremonial at several meetings. The community center should serve as the city's central hub, a place that offers a variety of services and activities to enhance the well-being and social fabric of the community through education, recreation, and support services. Farmers markets, we haven't had one there in years under the banyan trees that we used to have. Affordable workshops, sports courts, playgrounds, youth programs. This is the purpose of a community center and a government campus, not another shopping, dining, hotel, apartment destination. The priorities of this plan are not to serve the community, but profit from it. It's mind-boggling to me. It's mind-boggling to me that the plan reduces the number of current tennis courts. I mean, if anything, the number of courts should be increased. We should be putting pickleball. We should be putting tons of courts. The focus should be on expanding our recreation downtown, not relocating it to Sugar Sand, where you have to level the trees, the beautiful trees there, to move them when they're doing perfectly, they are serving their purpose where they currently are, and affordable, community-focused activities. You want to build 912 residential units. How does reducing the number of recreational activities make sense and facilities? Where are these new residents supposed to, as our flags say, live, work, and play? There are more high-rises, retail, hotels already going to be constructed in the downtown. This is the last area left untouched. In addition, we're celebrating our centennial. These development designs have no Meisner influence. It's another opportunity for Taryn Frisbee to create more density, just like they ruined Miami. A project of this scale should be voted on by the residents of Boca Raton. It's public land. It should be determined by the voters. I appreciate what you said earlier about the Singing Pines. You guys actually came to our board. We recommended you not moving it, and you said, well, we're going to move it anyway. So I'm happy to, maybe we have a hope that you're going to preserve that, because that is our history. And the banyan trees, I hope they stay too, because that's our signature. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Dr. Blank, Lorraine Blank.
Good evening. I'm back again. Can you hear me? I'm the thorn in the side that keeps asking for the studies, so I'm going to ask again.
Could you please give your name and address?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Lorraine Blank, 545 Northwest 7th Street. Okay. I've spoken in January about the lack of studies. I sent letters. I didn't get responses. I spoke at the city council multiple times. I've received multiple requests. I've come to as many project-related meetings and presentations as I possibly could, and I've submitted multiple letters and multiple requests. I truly appreciate the time the city has given and invested in responding to me, but those responses have been incomplete. At the same time, I recognize that I made some mistakes, and I fully own them. I'm learning as I go and trying to understand something very complex. However, I state again, the city has not done the proper preparatory work. There's no proper environmental assessment done prior. You wrote and told me that you were doing it sometime later. You're doing some site assessments, but they don't serve as environmental studies. There's no cost effectiveness analysis. The city sent me in response to my records request and asked for a CEA. They sent me some revenue projections and told me I'd have to pay $520 to get more. And I'm not quite sure whether I'm being charged for what I got already, which seems to me to be quite unfair. What the city sent in terms of the projections you're using are omit assessment of risks, omit the environmental costs, they omit the social costs, they omit the opportunity costs, they omit the unit-based outcomes, they omit the consideration of the alternative scenario, which is public financing and not a PP3 project. I have been asking for a copy of the mandated cost effectiveness analysis for over a month. I have received spreadsheets, but I have not received the analysis. You tell me that you're doing it, you're telling me it's underway. The mayor has made public statements that the net present value of this project is hundreds of millions of dollars. With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, we don't know if that's true because we don't have an accurate net present value. Maybe it's true, but maybe it's not. I ask the council again to answer my question that I've submitted to you twice. Has the publicly, legislatively mandated cost effectiveness study that was to be done prior to the award of the contract been done? Has it been done? Does it demonstrate the public good, which is part of the legislation? Who did it? When was it done? And when was it completed? Because all of that is stated in the statute that it was to have been done already. And I have not seen it in spite of the fact that I've asked. Thank you.
Rita Head. Rita Head, then Elaine Discostanzo, and then John Perlman.
Hi, I'm Rita Head, 1280 Thatch Palm Drive, Boca Raton, Florida, 33432. I was at the workshop yesterday, and I did ask some questions, and I was informed that I would get that information, and it looked like number 8 was supposed to be workroom information request. I haven't gotten anything. I have no answers to any of the questions I asked yesterday. Who's getting them to me and when?
Well, Ms. Head, if that's the end of your comments, I know you asked at least 8 questions yesterday, and we suggested you send them to staff if you did. I've not seen them, but I don't know. I don't know how readily staff was able to give the answers to 8 detailed questions immediately, but I can't speak for that. Maybe Mr. Brown can at the end of this, or now.
We did receive your letter, thank you. And staff is working on the responses, and you will get a written response.
Okay, I have some other comments, okay? As I said, I spoke yesterday, and I'm asking if you're holding negotiations and plan to vote in October, all contracts with all the phases, the feasibility studies, and financial information with details should certainly be available, readily available. In order to study all of this, we, the citizens, need more time. You are moving too fast. October is way too fast. I agree with Mr. Thompson. Please don't rush it through just because you think you understand it. We don't, okay? With the Royal Palm Plaza Hotel approved for 43,000 square feet in 143 rooms, and the Mandarin, if it's ever finished, with 327 guest rooms and 13,000 square feet of retail, why do we need another hotel in downtown Boca? And that's not counting the Boca Raton nor the Hyatt, okay? I just learned yesterday about the Boca Madera project, which was approved. 306 units, 416 square feet of multifamily residential building, 127,500 square feet of office space. The Glades Road Dixie Highway industrial space is changing to 28,000 square foot of retail, office, and dining. Glades Plaza has 28,000 new retail, office, and dining. The second phase is going to have 2,500 residential units and 300,000 square feet of office space. Another development the Glades is doing aims to transform the area into retail, office, and restaurant. Office Depot recently sold for $104 million to include an 8-story, 500-unit residential and retail of 43,000 square feet with 10%
Could you please
affordable
conclude,
housing,
Ms. Head?
which is very close. Well, I just have one more thing to say. What is the purpose of buying the 6551 Congress building? Can you answer that question?
We'll take we have a lot of questions here, and with a lot of people waiting, we'll take your questions at the end, so thank you.
All right, if City Hall is planning to move out here and your other departments,
Thank
why
you, Ms.
don't you
Head.
just bring it out here and leave the sports complexes, the city,
Ms. Head, thank you.
the
A lot of people are
community
waiting.
hall, and everything downtown?
Ms. Head,
Bring what you
thank
want
you.
here.
Ms. DiCostanzo.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Elaine DiCostanzo. I live at 785 Alamanda Street, and I'm current chair of the Historic Preservation Board. And I'm going to paraphrase one of our local architects, Juan Caicedo, to say that the goal with any development in the city of Boca should be to stay rooted in its origin story. Our origin story, as envisioned by our founder, Addison Meisner, is very unique and specific. Is a vision of unmatched charm and elegance, cohesiveness, graciousness, architecturally historic, beautiful, and specific, in a very specific genre. This vision that he had lends itself to community and to organically congregating children and families in the downtown, which is how it's been at Memorial Park and the community center. This plan, and I've heard somebody say derisively, well, it's like we're Mayberry. We should be Mayberry. That's the unique part of Boca that his vision brought us to, is for us to be a place where the children can come and people can walk and congregate. This plan, while lovely in its own way, is much more appropriate in Miami or a different city, and it's very at odds with the original vision of this city. I just feel it's incumbent on our city leaders to take into account the origin and vision of this city as it contemplates development, and I do not think it's reflected at all in this plan. Thank you.
After John Perlman, Joseph Gambarale, Lucas Ross, Ludmila Perlman.
Before I start, I was told by the clerk's office, since I'm the leader of the Save Boca movement, that I have 10 minutes to speak. Can I have that time?
No, sir, I think they misinformed you. This is not, it's 3 minutes for public comment. This is not a type of quasi-judicial matter where that would happen.
Okay. John Perlman, 498 Northeast 8th Street. Thank you, everybody, for being here and supporting this movement and for speaking. There's a movement sweeping through Boca right now at a rapid clip called Save Boca, which has empowered passionate and devoted citizens of our city to get involved, speak up, and protect our precious public land. My name is John Perlman, and I am the organizer of Save Boca. And everyone watching this at home tonight, go to saveboca.org and get involved. The City Council has fast-tracked a plan to put 31 acres of public land into the hands of a private developer to build high-rise apartment buildings, high-rise office buildings, condos, and a hotel. These 31 acres are mostly comprised of open green spaces and recreational facilities. Our 17-acre Memorial Park, named for World War II, with the 2 expansive softball fields, a basketball court, a children's playground, and more. The land includes the Boca Tennis Center, the skate park, the shuffleboard courts, the site of the Children's Museum of Boca, the second oldest building in Boca that's still standing, and vast open and green spaces with majestic banyan trees all around. This land is invaluable to our city and beautifies the heart of the downtown and provides much-needed open and green space in this concentrated part of our city. In public communications, the city offices have misleadingly branded this project as a, quote, government campus redevelopment. And citizens did not know that we are losing 31 acres of public land that includes Memorial Park, the tennis center, the skate park, and more. When I've collected signatures on the street for this petition, people are shocked and unaware of what is truly going on and immediately sign. Virtually everybody signs right away. The city hall is on a small part of this 31 acres, and the land is mostly parkland, rec facilities, and open green spaces that we will be losing forever. The city has framed this to the people that we are getting a new city hall in exchange for giving away this expansive 31 acres of public land. This is not true. Boca has to pay upfront for its city hall, and we are not getting a free city hall as part of this deal. Most importantly, this project has brought to light that we, the citizens of Boca, do not have protection, control, or any power over our public land. This is what the Save Boca petition seeks to change, to protect our public land now and for our future and for all future generations. Our future generations should be able to enjoy that beautiful public land. It's beautiful and we can't lose it. The Boca Raton, the petition says that the city council shall not sell or lease any publicly owned land of the city of Boca Raton without a vote. And that's how it should be. Public land, a public vote. We need to put the protection of our public land back into the hands of the people. So if the petition comes to you, please sign. And this protection is not just for the 31 acres right now, but it's for all of our parks, beaches, recreation facilities, playgrounds, and green spaces throughout all of the city of Boca. Thank you very much, and let's save Boca. Come on.
Joseph Gambarelli. Joseph Gambarelli. And then Lucas Ross, and then Ms. Perlman.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for having me here this evening. My name is Joseph Gambarelli. I live at 398 Northeast 7th Street, Boca Raton, Florida. I've been living here for since 2003, and this was brought to my attention by John, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate giving us an overview of the project today. I think there's a complete misunderstanding of what is put out by the city of Boca Raton and the understanding of the constituents and people of Boca Raton. The residents, right now, we've gotten hundreds and hundreds of signatures. It was brought to me. I've gotten called by a lot of people. I think what we need to do is really get a clear understanding of what is going on here, because the petition is getting bigger and bigger. I've gotten calls. This just got brought to my attention. I apologize because I probably should have been aware of it before, but I think that we need to do a better job of explaining what is going on and really what's happening. Because of the 45,000 residents here in Boca, I think that we're going to get a lot of people signed up, and we need to understand really what's going on here. So I just asked the council. I appreciate everyone, and I appreciate the job you've done, but we really need to do a better job of getting the information out there, because John has gotten the information to people and has done a lot better job than I think anyone. So thank you, council. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Gambarelli, we will continue to strive to get accurate information out there. Not everything you're seeing is accurate. We've got myboca.us, and that covers the 103,000 residents of Boca Raton. Lucas Ross.
How you doing? Lucas Ross, 1255 Northwest 14th Street, Boca. Thank you for having me. I would like to let everyone know I have a family, and my 6-year-old son asked to say, please don't build on our skate park, our recreational facilities. We use that. So I'd like to start with that. So I went to FAU here, graduated in engineering, aerospace, own a company. When I found about this, it doesn't make sense. The government campus development and the destruction of a 17-acre War Memorial Park is not acceptable. We're asking to halt the project, listen to the residents, acknowledge other plans. There's a Memorial Park plan out there, something different. Obviously, does not work for us. The outreach, the digital outreach strategy has not worked. As we said, I've talked to many people, other people have too. They don't know about it, they didn't know about it, I didn't know about it. doesn't make sense. You're saying it was an outreach. We're finding that no neighborhood meetings were set up in the past, no mailers, not contacting neighborhood associations. There's a lot that could have been done in the past to let people know the scope of this project. Everyone should have got a mailer. Everyone should know about it. The size of this is just, large part of the population is older and may not even have social media. So again, the percentage of people who found out about this was very small, and that's known. If you look on social media now, you'll see the feedback of what you're getting. I mean, very small percent are for this, mostly all against it. Let me see. And the feedback, so you've been asking for feedback on this project. A lot of people have been providing that feedback. Well, what are the results? What's the data? The feedback that you got, how many were for? How many were against? What we've heard is, you got the feedback and we adjusted the plan by 5% or 10%. No, we want it stopped and the 17 acres of the park not built on, and figure it out, come up with a different plan. The outreach has been biased. You look at it, everything that's gone out has been for pro-development on the current park and rec facilities. Talk about green spaces. I think we need to define green spaces better. When you put a patch of grass and call it a green space is a lot different than a park with trees and whatnot. Also, in this plan, the first stage of development is on the park. So again, it doesn't make sense. Looking from the outside, not making sense again. It's obvious that this has been pushed through. I don't know why, special interests, something else, following you guys leaving here, but we're going to be stuck with what you guys are putting in place when you move on. Mayor, you've been very vocal about New York City. Would you build on Central Park? We cannot go back once this land is developed. This should go to a vote. It's very clear. Thank you.
Ms. Perlman, Joe Glaubert, Patty Diverschi. Yes, Ms. Perlman.
Hello, Mayor Singer, council members. The main point that I want to make
Sorry,
is...
name and address, please.
Oh, my name is Ludmila Perlman. I live at 498 Northeast 8th Street. The main point that I want to make is that public land should be voted on by the public. Boca Raton is so amazing because of its parks and beaches. The fields are pristine. You go to any field, it's amazing to run on. I myself have probably ran tens of thousands of laps around the field at Memorial Park. I love that field. I know it. I feel like the back of my hand. And because I've spent so much time there, I know that that field is not useless. It's being used all the time. There's always softball games. There's always kids with their parents. There's people like me running or walking, exercising. It's one of the best things about living in Boca Raton. My own kids, I have two small children who are 4 and 2 years old, and we love going to Memorial Park. They're always begging to go there after we go to the library. They want to stop by there. Let's go, let's go. To not have a playground or a children's area where families can gather and play and get together. I know you're saying you can move that to Sugar Sand Park or other areas, but that is too far to drive if you are a family living in East Boca. Maybe that sounds a little bit crazy, but if you have really small kids, you can't really be in the car for that long, and you don't want to. So it's important to have these areas in downtown Boca. Just a cute anecdote. I've been running on that field for a long time. On Christmas mornings, I run too, on Thanksgivings, and several Christmas mornings, I saw kids learning to ride their new bikes on those fields. Those are such special memories. And instead to build a shopping center, it's kind of, are those the values that you want to promote in Boca Raton? I don't.
I do agree. It would be great to have new government facilities for the employees of the city. This is a modern city, and we should have buildings that reflect that. But I don't really understand why we can't renovate the buildings that we have or do something with the similar footprint with what we have instead of getting rid of all the green space that is already there. Those are my main points. Thank you.
Patrick Spinella, John Ungin, and Judy Morrow. And Ms. Perlman, I know you must have looked at this plan, Ms. Perlman, because I know that you are one of the petitioners' committee members. I would encourage you to take another look. The plan includes a state-of-the-art playground. Just wanted to get that out there. There's no shopping center planned either. I get that we may disagree about some of the things and whether this is worthwhile, but I think everyone would do well to actually look at the plans before more misinformation gets out there. So, thank you. Mr. Graubert, and then Mr. Spinella, Ungin, and Morrow. Oh, and I'm sorry, Ms. Diverschi, too. I moved that card.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members, Joe Graubart, 120 Southeast Fifth Avenue. Respectfully and sadly, the Mayor and City Council has not won over my confidence regarding developments conceived, approved, and built in this city. Therefore, I do not have the faith or confidence that the city will get this so-called public-private partnership right. We have prime examples throughout the downtown and CRA district to offer. The proof is in the pudding, that the city is unable or unwilling to approve well-planned developments, but rather those that challenge all of our quality of life issues as this proposed project will. The impact of these developments, both during construction and for many decades into the future, will not reflect well upon this city. Additionally, a simple drive by the future Mandarin Oriental, it's like a lemon, on Federal Highway, which was branded in 2015 with an original completion date of 2017, has now been delayed 5 times and now slated for the end of 2025. Personally, I would be relieved to see it opened at the end of 2026. If not, perhaps Boca Raton can receive some sort of an award for the longest running eyesore in building development history. Also, in my humble opinion, to call this a government campus and not a commercial residential downtown expansion west is like telling me I should be one of People magazine's sexiest man alive. Sadly, I am not, and it's not a government campus. Lastly, I am concerned that the city is building this as some sort of placebo or answer to revenue and expenditure problems or concerns. On the City of Boca Raton website for fiscal year 24-25 approved budget, it clearly states on page 242, the City of Boca Raton is projecting $794.3 million of revenue in fiscal year 2025, which represents an 18.7% increase over the prior year. Budgeted expenditures are projected to increase by, guess what, 18.7%, or $125 million to $794 million for 2025. I'm not sure that this proposed project is the answer to the city's concerns. However, I am sure there's lots of land for the developers to exploit without losing this public property. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council.
And yes, and Ms. Diverschi, then Mr. Spinella, Mr. Ungin, Ms. Morrow. Name and address, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is Patty Dervishi. I live at 420 Northeast 10th Terrace in Boca Raton. For the last 11 years, I have been working hard to get a good mayor and city council elected, those who would represent the citizens' wishes, and against those who preferred to side instead with the developers. I am back I've been listening to citizens' complaints and wishes. The latest and most present one are people were very upset that Mayor Singer put up a billboard in New York that was lit up, inviting New Yorkers to come to Boca. I presume at our taxpayers' expense. Once again, developers will be profiting if New Yorkers move here because they will have to accommodate them. Our streets are already busy. Another complaint by the citizens is they are waiting through 3 or 4 traffic lights just to move in the afternoons and mornings. I have not met one single person who wants this development memorial campus. Not one. They want it completely scrapped. Not changed, scrapped. Another thing is, people are furious. The homeless have taken over our parks. A man of 30-year residence I met the other day who runs in the park every day, he says, look over there at the picnic table. The homeless people are having brunch. He said that he has called the city 100 times and nothing's been done about it. This is kind of how I see things working, both with our city hall, because you want to knock it down because it's dilapidated, and you might even suggest that since people aren't coming to the parks, that you give that to the developers, once again, as has happened now. He told me that people are too scared to go to the parks. And this excuse might be used by you that no one goes to the parks, so let's give it away. In short order, City Council will say, we are giving the developers our parks because people don't want to hang out with the homeless. We have to ask, who let these things happen? I think these things happened while you were in office. The 2 things happened. I think that's the answer, so I ask you, I'm sorry. I know I can't ask questions, so I'll answer. I shall answer the question myself. It is because of you, City Hall. Both things have happened. Again, developers profit.
Ma'am, your
Again.
time has expired. Thank you. Mr. Spinella. Mr. Spinella, Mr. Ungian, please come forward, and then Ms. Morrow. Is Mr. Spinella here? Then Mr. Ungian, you're up.
Jonathan Ungian, 6501 Congress Avenue. So I'm going to start with the fact I think you all understand. I hate phasing more than anything. I've seen developers and their phase. I've seen developers do the profitable phase for them and never deliver to the community what the community needs. They build the residential and they never build the other components. So I would just hate to see that happen again, with phase 1 being the residential and apparently getting rid of the fields, when this is about the government buildings. The city is paying for City Hall, the rec features and such. What are the development costs that the city's going to pay for their buildings? If you have this true partner, shouldn't you be getting it at a really good rate? But none of those numbers are known. We are getting rid of the parks. Specifically, this question is for Councilmember Drucker. How do you feel about destroying the parks? The city is continuing to ram development down the throats of the downtown. Aren't there enough private developers that do that already on their own lands? So my question is this. When is the city going to focus on the other part of town, this part of town where City Hall should be, and I've been saying that for years, where the more dense development should be, where the infrastructure, the roadways, everything, nobody ever comes to a single development that's happening in this part of town. The reality is this is where the dense development should be. Also, I watched the budget yesterday. The city's sitting on a stockpile of cash. So if it's about redoing a couple parks or a skate park or making a couple clay courts, I don't think that will even dent the amount of money I saw yesterday that this city's sitting on. So I've stayed quiet through this. My bigger issues are with CBRE and the person who you have negotiating and doing all of this. I don't think they've done this city any service. I don't think you could have picked a more conflicted partner than this partner that you chose. And I speak from experience because I have one of the most beautiful buildings, especially in this part of town, and their realtors have never brought a single person, a single tenant to tour my building. So the reality is they don't do a service to their partners who are the people that they represent. And the reality is I think the city can do better. Thank you.
Judy Morrow, Kevin Meany, Holly Shuttler.
Good evening. My name is Judy Morrow. I live at 1305 Northeast 5th Avenue. I have been coming to a lot of meetings, and I always talk about tennis. And I am so, I just want the facts out there. And when I was doing my petition, 404 petitions to save Boca Raton Tennis Center at 271 Northwest Boca Raton Boulevard, we were lucky enough to have Channel 5 interview us, come to the tennis courts. I met a very nice woman, Mary, that it puts out the monthly free newspaper. It's called the Coastal Star, and it gives such objective facts that people ask me questions, and I quote her because she sends out beautiful monthly news articles about the project and everything. And I want to thank Peggy for coming here and being our representative and thinking of Boca. But I am so happy. This is the most people I have ever seen at the 24+ meetings that I've been to. And I am so, so happy. Thank you. My captain is here. My teammates are here. The tennis people, when people get up to speak, more and more people are talking about tennis. Some of the people up there, you all play tennis also. And because there's so much development in Boca Raton, Florida, because of all this development and all these apartments, that means we need more tennis courts. So the USTA, the United States Tennis Association, said in 2024, we have 25.7 million players in the United States that play tennis. And they project that in 2035, the United States will have 35 million tennis players. And tennis every year is increasing, steadily increasing. So we want not just our 10 tennis courts, but we want tennis courts at Meadows Park Pool also, just for all these apartments and all these condos and all the development that is already started and that is here and going to be coming. Also, it's so nice to hear the little young lady. I think that's her second time coming to speak, and she speaks better than I do. And I want to really, I like the next generation. We have 10 United States tennis players, and I want Boca Raton to make some more. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Meany, Holly Shuttler, and then Natasha Ratale. Mr. Meany, yes, you. Welcome. Yes, you, Mr. Meany.
Okay. Misdemeanor, one step short of a felony. Kevin Meany, 192 Northeast Spanish Trail, 33432. So to the best of my knowledge, this is the third time that the city has attempted to give publicly owned land over to private profit-making use. Ocean Strand, Wildflower Park, now Memorial Park. There's got to be a better way, and we do need to learn from the past. Those that forget the past are destined to relive it. I've spoken to over 100 people in the past week, and I've encountered one person who was all for this project and was very informed about it. And that person was a real estate agent. Thank you for your time.
Holly Shuttler, 264 Northwest 7th Court. The American Planning Association's best practices are that before you start discussing the project, that you meet with the people who live within 1 to 2 miles. As the gentleman previously stated, no flyers went out, no postcards, no homeowners association meetings, no meetings with us, the people who live within 1 to 2 miles of this project and are on Palmetto Park Road often. Why hasn't a traffic study done before this? There are 4 large buildings going up that are not completed, that we haven't started dealing with that traffic. Now we're going to deal with additional condos, office space, retail on Palmetto Park Road in Dixie. It does not make sense. I agree that you all had a vision. It included civic pride, that this area be walkable and enjoyable. We need to re-envision City Hall and reimagine the community center, your words. But we don't need to sell our land to do that. Nor do we need to add more traffic to the downtown area. And if you insist on adding this traffic, and if you insist on adding density and office buildings on our public land, then we should vote for it. We own that land, not you poor. The last point, I'm just still amazed that the city attorney pointed out that Tara Frisbee signed the contract that had the provision that every other city contract has had in it for 10 years. That is that a vendor, a lawyer, an engineer, an accountant, that if you're doing business with the city, you are not to contribute to the city council's campaigns while the agreement is in place. Why you would take that out is just amazing to me.
Natasha, I'm sorry, Ratway, it's hard to read. Thank you. Please tell me when you come up. And then this one's also challenging. Erica, beginning with a K with an O and a W in it. Noel. Then after that, Pedro Voyer.
Hello, it's Natasha Rattray, and I'm from 7041 Montrico Drive. I grew up in Boca Raton. I've lived here my whole life. I now go to the University of Florida. Go Gators. And I grew up with my sister going to violin lessons and playing in that park after school. My mom loves those banyan trees. I love those banyan trees. I'd first like to say private investment should not have a place in public forum. Private investment focuses on profit before all, and despite what the Boca Raton magazine called Boca a business-first city led by Mayor Scott Singer, when it should be a people-first city. All cities should be people-first. People deserve third-place spaces. That refers to a social environment separate from home and work where people can interact, socialize, and build community and connections. These spaces often offer casual, informal, opportunities for connection, belonging, and they're crucial for civic engagement and well-being. Now, the question was proposed on whether or not it should be an open space. I believe that's grotesque. You say the number of fields are increasing, but now there is private interest involved. Does that mean that these places are going to be free for people to use under all associations and all costs? Will that change within the span of this plan? Beyond that, private companies have never had our best interest in mind. In 1972, Boca Raton's population was a whopping 28,000. This is from the Boca Raton Mag. The FAU opened up in 1964. IBM, International Business Machines Corporation, was growing and attracting employees, and Arvidia, which is known for its planned unit developments, they were buying up land to build homes, and people, the citizens for reasonable growth, pushed for a growth cap, the Boca cap. This was adopted as an amendment to the city charter, and the city imposed a building moratorium. Several developers, including Arvidia, filed lawsuits. The Boca cap was struck down. Now, Boca Raton has a population of over 101,000 people, and it's growing at a rate of 0.57%. People are saying that they're frustrated by the traffic. I personally have seen Boca change so much. It took me an hour to get home yesterday. I work 10 minutes away. Beyond that, Boca Raton has a median wealth of $89,000. That places Boca Raton in the top 5 richest cities in the state. The developers can keep their billions and keep their hands out of Boca Raton. I'd also like to point out that in November 2022, Mayor Scott Singer proposed lengthening the term from 3 years to 4 years. That campaign set out mailers that were never properly disclosed to the voters. These mailers had investors that donated money towards this campaign. That includes West Palm Beach-based Wexford real estate investors. They donated $20K. The company was a part of a joint venture developing a 277-unit residential product in Northwest Boca Raton. The owners of IBM headquarters gave $35,000. Another $15,000 came from Miami Key International. Boca Raton-based Compson Associates was also a part of this. Compson Vice President Robert D'Angelo donated $10,000. Downtown property owners and investor Grover Corlew donated $15,000. And despite Singer distancing himself from this, there are connections. Finally, I'd like to say, you say the plan this, the plan that. If you truly believe the plan is solid, that it's beneficial to the people, let the people decide what happens. If you have no alternative interest in this, then let it be in our hands and put it out of yours. You are represented for the people, and your people are speaking about you.
Erica K. If your first name's Erica and your last name starts with K, I can't read your handwriting. Any Erica? All right. Pedro Voyer. And then James Hendry.
Mayor, Council, good evening. Thank you for the time. First thing, Mayor Singer, is that, 20 years ago in 2014, I supported you, and you had a great view and vision ahead of you. I also supported you in 2018. I wish that I would be talking to the same guy that I talked then in 14 and 18, because I think that you have moved to another path. I want to start by saying the following. And I'm a developer. I do commercial development. You can Google me or link me in. I will say that growth for the sake of growth is not enough, okay? Landfills grow. Graveyards grow. We need to have quality growth, not only growth for the sake of growth. And I think that's a major and fundamental ask from the community to you guys, which is, we want to keep our city quality, in particular for the East Boca area, which is already very dense, and which will continue to be dense if all these projects move forward. So please, not all growth for the sake of growth is good. We need to have sustainable quality of life growth. Again, we don't want to be a landfill. We don't want to grow like a landfill. We want to keep our parks, our canopy. Second of all, very respectfully, I don't want to live in New York, So, I don't want you, I want to live in Boca. I've been in Boca since 1987, and the city has changed so much. Why do we want to change our city? You guys seems to be not driving improvement, but you want to change the identity of the city. You guys are changing the identity rather than improving the city itself. So, I mean, I don't want to be Aventura. Have you gone to Aventura? The traffic in Aventura is a nightmare. Have you gone to Doral? You know, we don't want that. We don't want that. And then the next point that I have, though, I echo some of the previous comments, that I think that communication about these topics have been badly managed because it's been very, I would say, electronic, you know, in social media, but not in paper for older generation of people that live in the East Boca and other Boca. I also want to say, I mean, C.B. Richard Ellis worked for me, and, you know, again, I will email you so you can Google me. Why is the advisor helping in this transaction a C.B. Richard Ellis rather than an independent consultant? Why? I don't know. In addition to that, I go back to some previous promises that were never met. I remember talking to Councilwoman Drucker after the debacle on East Palmetto and Dixie Highway, when you guys redeveloped Camino Real, you guys didn't replant any canopy there. You know, I reached out to you, ma'am, and said, hey, you know, what are we going to do to rebuild our canopy? Because it's not only that you want to redevelop or transform our parks into concrete blocks, but you guys are not replanting. There's no, all the money on this meeting is for, there's nothing on canopy rebuilding.
Mr.
There's
Boyer?
nothing,
Thank
yes.
you. That's your time. Thank
Okay,
you.
I got you. I hope you guys can change your mind. Thank you.
James Henry. That's the last card I have on this item. If anyone else wishes to speak, I suggest you, I got one from you. Oh, yes, Mr. Rose, but went the wrong, I'll get you next, Mr. Rose. And then anyone else, just you can come on up after the speakers are done. Thank you.
James Hendry, 151 Northeast Spanish Trail, 42-year resident, Boca Raton. Those of us that have been here a while can look back and understand that there was a time in the city where the city council thought it was appropriate.
Mr. Henry, please face us. We can't hear you. The mic's away and the people at home can't hear you. Thank
There
you.
was a time in the city when the city council felt it was important to monetize our city parks. So they insisted on allowing private industry to take our parks, lease them from the city, and during the operation on that park, Wildflower in particular, no citizens were allowed on that property unless they were buying food or doing whatever. You are the owners. So neighbors got together, we passed a law, we forced the city to put it on the ballot that they were going to do 7 parks along the intercoastal waterway that they were going to do retail business in and lease them out. So we got together and we said, this is not right, and that's why you're here tonight. It's not right. It's your property. It's not theirs. All right?
Henry.
And
Mr. Henry? Mr. Henry. Mr. Henry, no, please, just face this way. People at home are not going to
Okay,
hear
all
you,
right, thank
especially
you,
on the
thank you.
microphone.
You can back it up a little bit if you want. Hey, so we won. 67% of the population voted on it, and we won it, and the parks are not going to be invaded by commercial industry. Now, Scott, you know what the word you're looking for is? The word is partnership. We're looking for partnership. We are partners. You volunteer your time, all of you, Andy, all you guys, you volunteer your time to make this a good city. But we are your partners in that. And the only way we are going to be able to negotiate something with all the good work that's going on here is to allow that partnership to flourish. And the only way it's going to flourish is if we pass a charter amendment that says the city cannot lease or sell land greater than 1/2 of an acre without the vote of the people. And the reason that's important and will play to your individual benefit is because it will insist on the city and the people sitting down together in partnership to make Boca what it should be and be sustained at for the rest of time. This is a great place. You know it. You love it. And another thing that was not brought up tonight, you guys all live west of 95. You could care less. You go to your little gated community, you go in and you sit down, you have a good time. No, we got to put up what's going on down here. Partnership. We need to work together. In a way, we're a family, and we need to act like one. Thank you.
Mr. Rose, you can come up whenever you want, or the gentleman. You had written down the wrong number. I should have known it was this one. Thank you.
I didn't come here to speak about this, but I think I first looked at this and I thought you guys were going to revamp the downtown area, but I'm here about the US or the SB 168.
Oh, sir, no, this is not public request for that.
Oh, it's not?
That's your
Oh,
card.
okay.
No, that's coming later.
Okay.
This is just on
well,
this.
Can I
We
speak
did-
on the Save Boca? I just
Sure,
found out
but
about
tell
it.
us
but
your
I-
name and address first, and we'll
yeah,
start
my
the
name
clock.
and address, it's Greg Ryan at 336 Ipswich Street. Boca resident, 49 years. I'm 49, so do the math. I've been here. My father was here with IBM. He developed the PC computers, you know, whatever's clever. Anyhow, I grew up in this town, and I remember downtown down there, and I didn't see the plans, but I heard the message go through that they were going to revamp, and I've been thinking like, oh, everything's going to be glossy, and we're going to have a nice basketball court. That's the center stage, the tennis courts, a nice new building. The skate park you can ditch because you guys didn't do that right at all. You didn't even have a skateboarder come in and tell you what's up. There's just so many things that this city needs to listen to their people about. And definitely the parks are a prize. I work in one. I'm an ocean lifeguard for 24 years now. City of Boca Raton, proud to be it. I just got the message about Save Boca yesterday. I looked it up, and a huge amount of people are here, and I was thinking, maybe people would think about the immigration that's going on and how people are being put in concentration camps that are naturalized citizens and all that. And there's gated communities that'll be saved from that terror. Okay, but I live in East Boca in a multicultural street, and I'm not down with this. I need the police to be there to just facilitate safety, okay? That's all I gotta say.
Vic Rose, Felipe Ramirez, David Cayalete.
Good evening, Boca Raton citizens. My name is Felipe Ramirez, 12294 Sunscape Lane. I come here in peace to talk about small business.
But Mr. Ramirez, I understood, will come up under public comment. So if this is for comment on the downtown campus, that will follow later in the meeting. So if you want to talk about the downtown campus now, otherwise we'll hold you over for regular public request.
Okay.
I was told you wanted to talk about both, so you can speak now and then speak about the other issue after.
Thank you. I'm just here simply to talk about that I am the voice of small business, and we feel like we have not been protected by the city of Boca. Thank you. I was born pretty much and raised here. I've been here for 38 years. I've had a business here in Boca Raton for 23 years, and I've been chased out of my own city. It's really hard to stand up here because everybody's afraid to speaking out, but today I decided that I was going to speak out. I speak on behalf of Belzer's Hardware, Boca Raton Small Engines, Barrier Reef, and countless other restaurants and service businesses. And I want to ask the mayor why we didn't save Gumbo Limbo with all that money that we have. There's a lot of vacant properties in this town, as you see those yellow signs everywhere, and it's not because us small business owners don't want to be here. We want to be here. We love our city. We want to serve all of you guys, but we're not giving the opportunity, and we're not being helped by the city at all. I have never gotten a thank you for collecting taxes and giving it to you guys to help the city grow, to employ kids. I've taken on FAU students and help and mentor them.
Mr. Ramirez?
And
just pause for a moment. I'll thank you now for that, but I was trying to explain earlier, Your comments are not about the downtown. If you want to just continue now, but we have a special item for just the public stuff. This is all public requests that doesn't relate to the downtown. It really should come later. So I understood you wanted to speak now about the downtown. If you do, this is the time for those comments. Otherwise, you should hold them or just conclude and then not speak later.
So as you can see, we're not able to even talk about small business here or be protected. So now all of my friends are in Coral Springs or Pompano or Deerfield because we simply can't conduct business here because we're not being protected. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Rose, did you want to go? And then David Kailethe. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Romina Brown. I live in 591 Northwest 13th Avenue. I'm the mom of the 10 years old that talked earlier. I wasn't planning to talk to you tonight, but after the answer you gave her after she spoke, I'm here. We live on East Boca. She ride her bicycle with the younger sibling, 8 years old, to downtown, to Memorial Park. I wouldn't let my kid ride Palmero Road, Military, to Sugar Sand Park. So I appreciate you trying to move the fields to the west side of the city, but we want to keep our parks on the east. Will you let your kid ride Palmero or Military? On top of that, did you ever been when Little League plays at Sugar Sand Park? We have only one entrance and one way out. Add to that, Softball Recreational Association. How are you gonna handle that traffic? How are you gonna do the turn on Military? Will you let, again, a 10 years old and a 8 years old ride their bicycles to Sugar Sand Park? I wouldn't.
Appreciate your concerns. And thank you. That answered the question, so thank you. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. David Kailetha, 434 Northeast 8th Street. Moved here in 2014. Did live in New York. Wanted to thank the council for overall doing a very good job. You know, certainly have benefited from the efforts to bring financial clients, businesses down to Boca, and do applaud those efforts. However, I do share some of the concerns of the group. You know, have seen a really deleterious effect from the Wildflower Park. I have small children, ages 8 and 11. They are unable to go to the parks, even though we live right next to Wildflower. We live right next to Lake Wyman. There are homeless people. There are people using drugs. There are people driving 70 miles an hour down our street. You know, we have serious problems that are going to be exacerbated by a project of this magnitude. Now, I fully support further development. I love to see new buildings. That has a benefit for us all financially because, hey, Boca's getting more and more desirable. Now, on the other hand, we need to walk before we run. We need to get what we have under control, and we need to build thoughtfully and appropriately. I would like to also suggest that if it is the case that this is going to be a tremendous financial windfall for the city, and it is going to have various positive effects for us, that we should certainly participate, and perhaps we should see a reduction in our property taxes offset by whatever amount is going to be flowing into the coffers of the city. So if that were to be the case, then I'm sure that there would be a broader support base for such a project, and if not, then it'll have to be approached in a different way. My hope is that everybody is going to be able to address the concerns of the public. As was pointed out, for those of us who live east of 95, this is going to make a big impact, and I'm hoping we can find a resolution to it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Patricia Spinella, 360 Northeast 25th Street. And although I look 18, I've been here 55 years. So, as far as communication from the board, I A plus for non-communication. You say there's 103 population in Boca, and what percentage of that per population goes to the website to see what's going on? And why do we have to see what's going on after the fact when things are already on the roll? You know, I think that's really unfair. And one thing that concerns me is like, how can just a handful of board members make decisions for 103 population? It's just not right. I think we should be allowed to have a vote on what's going on before it gets into motion and the progress is always almost done. I don't think personally private builders taking up every space of Boca for profit is beneficial to Boca residents. You know, I just don't like to see, you know, I know we had a moratorium on building years ago. I know you wouldn't remember that, you're younger than me, but it made Boca a better town. It really did. And, you know, for a new police station, new city hall, great, that's fine. New libraries, all in favor of that. More condos, more apartments, enough. Enough is enough. So, again, I would really encourage informing citizens, or the residents more, and allowing us to vote. It's not fair otherwise. And again, you guys live west of 95, so thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cristina Restrepo. I live in Miami for 23 years, and I moved to downtown Boca 3 years ago. My address is 101 Plaza Real South. While living in Miami for 23 years, I witnessed firsthand its transformation into a world-class city. I enjoy its multicultural spirit. I know some here are scared of that, but it's fun. So yet, as a consequence of its rapid growth, overpopulation, uncontrolled development, and lack of city planning, Miami became a hell. So crazy bumper-to-bumper traffic all the time. Golden areas such as Coral Gables and Brickell lost their luster. And the grandiosity of Miami became dirty, uneducated, and popular in a not-so-pretty way. That's why I fled here. So I escaped from there just to find out Boca, the jewel of South Florida, is being sold the same way my beloved Miami was. So I understand we can't fight greed camouflaged as progress, but we can ensure we cover all fronts, such as traffic, public transportation, and the respect and protection of public land, and quality living. And so we don't end up as the culvert I fled from. So I will invite all of you, drive to Miami any day, anytime. Be aware of your surroundings and tell me, do you want to live there? We neither. Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for, can you hear me? Thank you for allowing me to speak. I really do appreciate what you all do. I know it might seem like I don't, but I do, based on what I'm going to say. My name is Lori Colbert. I'm at 489 Northwest 13th Drive. I have lived in my home for over 40 years. I love Boca. I moved here from Cleveland for a job and never left. Having said that, I worked a little bit on your campaign, Mayor Singer, when you were first going for the position. And I also voted for you. And I'm not sure what I voted for at this point in time because things seem to have changed dramatically. I understand progress. I understand growth. I was brought up by a family that taught me to be respectful. I sat here with nothing prepared But having listened to the comments back and forth, my concern is that there needs to be some mutual respect for your residents. You seem to think that we don't read, that we don't understand what's going on, that we are not perceiving what's happening under our noses, that we're all misunderstanding, and there's a lot of misinformation that we're all sharing. Well, perhaps the misinformation is because the information that you've provided has been somewhat covertly provided and is a little bit confusing to people. Understand your demographic, and there are quite a few people here tonight representative of your public, your voters. There's a lot more out there that really don't have a clue what's happening under their noses. So all I ask is that you be a little bit more respectful of the people who are here, who voted you in, some which maybe didn't, but the bottom line is the people that you represent are represented here. We have read and we do understand to the degree that we can. Again, some of it's written in a format that I guess is a little bit difficult for those of us that are a little more basic to understand. But again, I appreciate your efforts. I understand the need for progress and growth. But the planning or lack thereof, especially with traffic, it's a nightmare living here now. And I am 72 years old and getting to the point that I'm not sure I want to stay because it's just too difficult for me to enjoy my day-to-day life any longer here. Taking away green space, I grew up in a neighborhood where I had a playground across the street. That's what families and community is all about. And it's just being whittled away and moved west. Thank you for hearing me out.
Mayor Singer, City Council, and City staff. My name is Vic Rose. I reside at 285 Northwest 9th Street, Boca Raton. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on proposed government campus. While I initially attended to share my understanding of this project and seek clarification, I believe the facts are best presented by those with direct information. I trust the council will provide these details tonight in future discussions. What I believe we all need to acknowledge is residents are divided on this project. Those in favor should not attempt to oppose it on opponents, nor should the opponents obstruct progress for those who believe it's vital for our city and families. As neighbors, we must collaborate to ensure the government campus becomes the best it can be, benefiting everyone. Supporters of vision of modern community center with engaging all ages, events, amenities, benefiting families for years, complemented by impressive fountains, unique green spaces for public enjoyment. To those who oppose, I urge you, instead of merely stating objections, consider how this project can be shaped to benefit you as well. This project is still in review phase. Many opposing comments have yet to be finalized or fully considered. It's hard to understand the strong opposition based on moving a children's museum that hasn't been open for 5 years, or an outdated skate park, or barely used shuffleboard courts. It seems like a minor issue to block such a significant project. For the sake of all neighbors, let's ensure those who support this project aren't deprived of potential benefits, and instead of simply opposing it, engage with us to constructively make it better. Remember, change isn't just happening, it's a sign of Boca Raton's growth. There's no reason both sides, the ones for it, ones against it, can't collaborate to make this Boca Raton government camp model for other cities. This is a process that's ongoing, and much of what has been discussed is unconfirmed. I encourage everyone to schedule a meeting with your city council representative to understand the true facts, rather than rely on hearsay, which is said quite often. I've observed the opposition often has a loudest voice, sometimes without the full story, much like Meisner Park, which the initial opponents of that were the first ones to line up to use it when it opened. I believe the government campus has done correctly, and with the help of both sides here tonight, something beneficial and a source of pride for all Boca Raton residents could happen. Finally, this project won't appear overnight. It's projected for completion around 2036. So significant downtown changes are years away. Hell, I hope I live long enough to see it. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate everybody here today, whether you're for it or against it.
Please, anyone else? Yes. After that, anyone else? All right.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Alexandra Avelo, 498 Southwest 12th Terrace, Boca Raton, Florida, 33486. It boggles my mind that you guys continue the project. Last month, I was here with the people, and we voted for you. We said no, and the vote is there. Still the people here with the people. Would you like to vote tonight for the project, yes or no? Yes. Do you want the project to go on? No. The job is easier and easier for you, Mr. Mayor and council people. I don't understand. I don't understand why you continue. You don't want to listen to us. So my question is, what does it take for you guys to listen to us? The last time I was here, I proposed you guys to have a beautiful palace as a city hall or a Taj Mahal, but apparently you don't care. My proposal is fine, but at the same time, it's time to listen to the people. We put you where you are sitting right now. Second, I would like to ask you, which one of you 5 has the deed for the park? Because a person who is the owner of a property, I'm willing to pay, to give it away to whatever, construct or get the money, whatever it is, because I'm the owner and I have the deed of that property. But do you guys have the deed of the Memorial Park? That's my question now. I don't understand. I really don't. So once more, we the people decided, no, the project should not continue, because even if you have a Taj Mahal, you should not touch the park. You should not touch the tennis courts. You should not touch the baseball field. You should not touch the rest, what it is. Leave it the way it is the work easier for you guys. Leave it and make us happy. Now, you, Mayor, are you going to raise money for another campaign or something? I don't think we the people were going to vote for you. The same thing, Mr. Thompson. You are running for mayor. Thank you for your nice text messages, by the way. But at the same time, I don't know who's going to vote for you guys. I really have no idea, because we the people, the majority, and I am knocking doors in Boca Raton. I am canvassing a lot of people, and not even one have said, I oppose to that. So please hear us, listen to us, and respect our wishes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Would you all do me the favor, if anyone else wants to speak on this item, just raise your hand. We normally take a break around this time, so I just want to gauge when that would be appropriate. If we're nearing the end of this, then we might go. I see Mr. Ducade. Anyone else who wanting to speak? All right, thank you.
Hi, Monique Rambo, 99 Southeast Meisner Boulevard. I bring this up only because it has to do with the government campus. I just want people to take note of item 9T, the resolution on the agenda, for the purchase of 6551 Park Commerce Boulevard for $17.45 million to move government services from downtown out here, not right around the corner. I know you guys downsized the size of the city hall, and it looks like you're moving the government services out here, and now we're purchasing a building, so I don't know if that's permanent or not, but I just wanted to point that out in case everybody didn't know, because there are a lot of resolutions in it is a big agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Ducade?
Hello, Robert Ducade, 5351 Northwest 3rd Terrace. I know that the City Council, most of you are all giving glamorous reviews of this project. It's going to make the city rich for years and years. Anybody who's done a spreadsheet knows one number one assumption that you make in these spreadsheets can make it look fantastic. Who knows what it's going to look like, though, 5, 10 years from now? I think that your assumptions of having a great long-term financial future is very uncertain. That's what we've heard from many people tonight. I think that also the comments about the park and the Memorial Park, who wants to have 5 miles away to go to a park, especially for children in that area? That just increases traffic. Traffic has been a problem for residents for many, many years. And you selected Tara Frisbee. I was here that night, and once they were selected to be your partner, then your deputy city manager says, oh, now you'll start thinking about traffic. You'll have a traffic study. I still haven't seen a traffic study. I can't imagine this would be easy for anybody to go down Palmetto Park Road, which is already basically a nightmare to go down during rush hour. And who's doing the traffic study? Is the city or the developer going to do the traffic study? I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous to see the traffic that we already have. So I think that without a doubt, you can see here that the residents want to see a referendum. You did this, you took on this activity with the developers. This is the culmination, in my opinion, of 20 years of developers running this city, and it's just getting worse. Thank you.
Hello. All right, I'm going to give this a whirl. Kimberly Patton, 13 Royal Palm Way, 305, Boca Raton, Florida, 33432. I have lived in South Florida since I was 4 years old, since 1971. I've had a small business here for 30 years. I have many, many clients. I'm off of 2nd Avenue and 20th Street. And I have one word, parking. I see so many of my clients, which I do work all throughout Boca and have been, the traffic is ridiculous. They have nowhere to park. They're struggling. My restaurants, retail, it's difficult. They struggle. I do marketing and media, so I see it firsthand. And this makes absolutely no sense. Joe Magis, who was a client of mine, brought this to my attention, and I came to the first time, the last meeting you guys had, and I was like, this makes no sense. It's public property. How can you do this with a private developer? This doesn't make any sense to me. It's not logical. So I'm coming out of my comfort zone to try to understand how this works. It makes no sense how you can just do this and how people can profit when this is the community's property. So that's all I got.
Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward now. Last call for, oh. All right, anyone else after this gentleman? We may have to take a break before we finish public comment. So does anyone else want to speak? Would you please raise your hand so we can just time it out? All right, thank you, please.
Hello, my name is Tom Reed. I live at 464 Northeast 3rd Street in Boca Raton. I came in, I've been reading a little bit about this and listening to people, and I came open-minded, and I'm still open-minded on a lot of things, but I come from a big family, youngest of 7 kids, and Dad was an IBMer. And I just tell you the 2 things I take away from today from being here, and I want everyone to think of this. One, big families, we're a family. You can't function when there's this many people that don't like something. I don't care if they're wrong or right. Someone's job is to sell it. If you haven't sold it to the family, you shouldn't move forward in life, right? That's just not going to leave a taste in anyone's mouth. And I really want you to think about that. I mean, you do work for and with us, and those people that are concerned greatly, if you feel it's not rationale or appropriate thought of theirs, then you need to sell it. You need to come out and get some people out there working with the people so it tastes right to them. And usually when that sale comes, it comes with compromises and changes. That's just the nature of it. You know, how is the family going to move forward? Where are we going to go for vacation? We're going to compromise it. It don't matter how small the decision, how big, it will do damage and scars the family. Secondly, I want you to consider this. What this was brought to me, the way it was posed, is someone felt, and it was a legitimate feeling after sitting here. They said they feel like they're moving downtown out of downtown. That downtown has historically been where it's at. And by buying out west and doing west to do what we want, whatever reasons there were for that, suddenly you're moving the city hall, the police department, whatever else these things are, out of downtown, which makes it not downtown. And I'm not sure that's the case, but I want us to think of that, okay? And if those are feelings people have, it's your responsibility as our leadership to compromise and or just solve those problems with us and communicate. Therefore, I am suggesting that we go to a vote and that you sell it to the people to vote upon, okay? Thank you. Appreciate everything you do. I would like to say I also appreciate everything you do. I know there's a lot of work in what y'all do, and thank you for that.
Anyone else for public comment on this item? Are we going to have a vote? Last call for public comment on this item. All right. We have closed the time for public comment on this item. As I said at the outset, we try to respond to questions. We have a whole range of things. I don't know if we're able to respond to all of them. And I also want to ask my colleagues, do you want to, we might want to have some discussion back. We would normally have taken a break now. Council colleagues, do you want to respond to the comments now, then take a break, or take a break first? And then we can do a brief break, because some of us may have to stand up, and then come back. Please.
I'd say we take a 5-minute break, because I think some of these comments are going to take a little while to
Yeah,
go through.
that's fair. How about we recess for 5 minutes? If you'll hang tight, please. You've been patient enough to stay all this time. We'll try to respond to some of these comments. I guarantee you now we can't respond to all of them. There were many. But before you go, I will say, we do appreciate your being here. We've had probably more people at this meeting than the last 10 combined. And the reason we've noticed this 27 times is to get public feedback. So this is one segment of it, and we'll be back in 5 minutes and take this issue back up. So we'll see you in 5. We are resumed at 8:35. Thank you to everyone who came. Thank you to those who stayed, and thank you to those who are watching at home. And I hope everyone who left will watch at home because we try to get this information out there. First, I'm in earnest when I say I appreciate everyone coming out here, even though I've gotten some comments, disagreement or questions. That's okay. Not everyone in a city of 100,000 plus people is going to agree all the time. And we try our best to discern what are both the short-term, medium-term, and long-term needs. At least for me, and the vision that the council has been setting out for several years at our repeated goal settings, so this is nothing new, is that we saw the opportunity under the state provisions for a public-private partnership to provide more value to taxpayers, more opportunities, to not just have a city hall. And I saw some recreation users, but generally, the City Hall campus is not used. It's in the heart of our downtown, and a redevelopment of the area would tie into what we already have near our Brightline station and also reflect what we have on the eastern side of the tracks. I heard Meisner Park mentioned a couple times. Meisner Park was a public-private partnership. It was the most successful public-private partnership in our city's history. It transformed not only that area of downtown, but is the picture postcard now of downtown. And we have an opportunity to do the same here. We went out after years of conversation, went out and sought solicitations, or invited responses back from some of the nation's largest public-private partnership partners, and actually we chose to move forward with the developer who offered the plan that was the least dense, the least intense. In fact, we've had a number of people who aren't here in this room who are supportive of the project, even saying you really should have more units of housing if you're going to be close to transit. We try to find the balance wherever we can. It's not easy governing a city among 100,000 conflicting opinions, and some of us change our minds. But we're trying to move forward with something that creates value, creates substantial monetary value for residents given our costs, creates substantial partnership value. It's not a planned shopping mall without any recreation. It's a lot of recreation with cafes and restaurants to create an urban space similar to Meisner Park. I think everyone would say that that is successful. It is mixed use in that sense. Office, retail, residential. This has all those components. It increases the green space. I get we won't make everyone happy. I don't have an answer for someone who bikes in that neighborhood and won't want to see, even if we give them more softball fields elsewhere or more better facilities, it may be further away. These are things we will factor in. But as one gentleman said, we encourage you to partake in the process. A lot of people are speaking for the first time today, expressing questions. We try to get that information out there. Mr. Brown will try to respond to some of the comments. I guarantee you can't get all of them in what we heard in this 2-hour span. But we have an FAQ website. We've put it out there. We've had public charrettes. We will have more. I take to heart the comments. We try in great earnestness to communicate as well as possible. That's why there have been hundreds of communications from the city and other people. And no matter what we do, we will try to do more. So we don't have the luxury of being able to contact every single individual on a door-to-door basis. And I know some neighbors are, but if you're here tonight, thank you for being part of the process. If you take time to get the facts, let us know what you think. If you don't like the substance, tell us. If you don't like the process, some of you haven't, you'll tell us too. There are some impacts with that. But we try our best, and we're still working on this process. This has been an ongoing process. It will continue to be as we refine and improve a project, and that's why not everything is set yet. All of the information, when it is set, will be in there, will be out there, and it will be with more feedback. Mr. Brown, I know we had a large set of questions. Maybe you can answer some of the bigger ones like police plans anyway and matters like that.
I'll be happy to try to address some of the comments that were made and offer a little bit of additional commentary as well. With regard to the police station, the station that we have is outdated, leaky-teaky, if you will, and it's not ideally located in terms of safety next to a railroad. The railroad, in fact, blocks police department access to the east if there's an accident on the rail, and having the police station directly across a one-way street from the railroad is not ideal. Regardless of whether or not we were to redo the campus in downtown, we need to have a new police station. Staff has been working diligently to prepare plans for that. It's going to be located adjacent to the Spanish River Library on land that the city already owns. And we will be presenting our plans for that in September to the public. We're looking forward to a referendum on a bond to pay for that police station. That election would occur next March at the city election. The new location will provide for a police station that really should last the city for a good 30 to 40 years. The plans provide for areas where we can make additions to the building in the future if we need them for both evidence and personnel. And it will take care of the outgrown station downtown. One of the most important factors is that we can continue to function downtown while we build the new station and just move into the new station. That would be an asset to the city in the future. If we proceed with the plans that we're talking about now, it would be future development on that land. If we do not, it would be an asset of the city that we could consider how we address it. A question was asked about why are we pursuing the purchase of 6551 Park of Commerce Boulevard? We need to move the building and code enforcement operation out of the old downtown library in order to fulfill financial obligations with regard to the building fund and to give them a location that is actually functional. What they're working in now has been, basically, we've shoved them into the old library with some cubicles, et cetera. The 6551 property, which we'll be considering a little bit later, is a good asset for the city. We should be able to move the staff into that building with very little additional construction, at least initially. There will be some work we have to do at the building. It's part of the overall cost that we're intending to expend on the property. And it will allow us to also locate other services there that are back of house or are public facing, but cooperate closely with the building department, such as customer service, people who want to pay bills. We're also planning to have a city service center downtown in the city hall that will be built downtown under this plan, a 30,000 square foot city hall that will include a police department annex where the functions that people normally go to the department to have done, fingerprinting, getting reports, requesting reports, meeting with an officer, or doing some exchange of property in the police hall, in the police parking lot observed by the police. All of those activities will be able to be conducted both downtown and at the new facility. That's, I think, an update on the police department and one of the reasons why we're purchasing 6551. 6551 is also a valuable asset to the city. If we decide in the future that we're going to do something else that is a piece of real estate, then we can sell or figure out other things to do with. It's a valuable asset, and as we'll discuss later, I think that the price is actually a good price considering the other sales around it, as we discussed yesterday. With regard to Memorial Park, I want to give some additional background about why the name is there and how it came about. And a lot of this is based upon research from the Boca Raton Historical Society. Memorial Park, as a name, wasn't linked to any specific historic event, or it wasn't dedicated to an individual or those who lost their lives in World War II. It was really named in recognition of the fact that Boca Raton was an Army Air Base, Army Air Corps base. The majority of the eastern part of the city was part of that Air Corps base. It reflects an era in our history, and it's not a specific commemorative designation. As many of you know that are longtime residents, the radar training base became part of FAU, city's utility complex, the Boca Raton Airport, residences, Boca Raton Hills, all of the area between Dixie Highway and Fifth Avenue, the Boca Raton Hills area of the city, was part of the Army base. And it's become part, and the business properties, many of the properties along Dixie Highway, First Avenue, and Second Avenue in our industrial area were part of the Army base. Some of the buildings are still there. In 1959, the city started developing community park facilities on that property that had previously actually been barracks and part of the Army base. We added the baseball and softball fields, the basketball court, the playground, And in I think it was in 57 originally, and then revised later by the Junior League of Boca Raton, the scout hut that Mr. Crawford built, which is why it's Crawford Boulevard, was created for the Boy Scouts. All of those were on the property. In 1963, we broke ground on the 1964 City Hall. That building is still there, disguised by the building that we put up in 1980, where we renovated both the City Hall and the Community Center to their current configuration. And as it says on our website, it's important to know, and this is personal to me as well, we are committed to honoring our past and planning responsibly for the future. And that planning includes looking at revitalizing the land that is presently the City Hall campus. Those are three major points I think that were raised, and we will review everybody's comments, and if there are actual questions where we can provide data, we will respond to the people individually and share the information with everyone else.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, and I'll open it up to others. I just wanted to say two other things, really. The bigger picture, some people are asking why. I think there are a lot of good reasons why it makes sense to continue to explore this and why this is a vision that we've been working on for several years. It's been a multi-year process. We're still in it, but we've had conversations for years. One is revenue. There is a sizable amount of revenue. We're talking more than $3 billion and possibly ranging more, depends on the final numbers here. That's the estimates provided. We're all in excess of $3 billion. I don't have to go further. In present value, it's hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. We have needs for a city hall, community center, police station. We have them anyway. I don't think anyone in this room suggests that the community center built in 1964 is the type that we have. The type that the residents deserve, and that has been the core focus of this. That's why that is phase one of this proposed project. But it's beyond that. It's looking at the success of Meisner Park and other mixed-use projects that create vibrancy. Some people express some concern about homelessness and parks that are underused. When you have eyeballs on people looking and actively at a site, you take a park that could be desolate and unused and spaces that are not capitalized upon, meaning not used well by the residents, and integrate them. And creating a space with vibrancy, with reasons for people to go downtown, to that side of downtown, other than for a city hall meeting or to get a permit pulled, or, tennis, but that takes up a lot of land there, that very valuable use. But it doesn't reflect what we have for our downtown and where our future is going, and what we can be doing with those spaces. I respect that some people will disagree with that, but I hope that they'll acknowledge that there are reasons why we are considering it and why that a lot of this does bring some benefits. Reasonable minds can disagree, but I appreciate everyone's impact there. We will continue to get out information. We appreciate your being here. It does dishearten me a little that despite hundreds of communications, 27 plus notice meetings in the last slightly year plus, not even, I think, less than a year, that some people are unaware. We'll do what we can, and hopefully you can too. And please visit our website. More information will be coming. As Mr. Brown said, we try to respond to all the questions. And I appreciate your being here today. Council colleagues, anyone want to say anything? All right. Oh, Mr. Wigder.
Thank you. When I started this process and this role, I think the one thing that you can appreciate is that there's so much to learn. Obviously, it's impossible to learn it all in a year, 2 years. We're in our third year now. But what I've come to reflect upon is that with technology today, I could look at the previous meetings of the council for the last 10 years because they're all online. And so I have been. I've obviously, as you know, I've done several presentations on the downtown on this issue. You could go back and watch them also. Because they're online. You can go back and click on the agenda for the previous meeting on the internet, just click on it, and you could watch that exact thing. In fact, usually they're linked, so you can go to that exact agenda item as well, because I've been doing so. Well, not because I've been on the council for 10 years, I haven't. But I've been going back to previous councils. Some of the people here have been on the council on their decision of what to do in the past, right? Because they looked at this once before and twice before to do it by ourselves, to do it without any public-private partnership opportunity. When the cost back then was $200 million, and probably today's dollars, $255 million, they knew that would be overly burdensome on the taxpayers. I agree with that. Again, we do have choices here. One of those choices, as the mayor and Mr. Brown have said, is to explore this opportunity, which is what we're doing now in the due diligence phase, right? We haven't voted on it yet. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here talking about it. We're exploring that, and so the public input, as the mayor has said, as everyone said, is critical. Now, I agree, we can do more to get out there. Certainly, we can have more charrettes. We can have more opportunities to talk about ways to improve the plan. I've walked the streets with many of the people here. I'm happy to do it again. I'm happy to do it anytime. And we can have some real, some real opportunities to plan to make this great. Sometimes I go down there on the weekends or whenever, and I hope that I'm going to go see what a lot of people are describing, which is people all over the place playing in the fields. But I'm really sorry because I don't see that. When I go down there, I see very few people most of the time. In fact, right before I came to this building today, I went down there again, just to, it's a beautiful day in Boca. It's actually not raining in the summer and it's only 85 degrees. I didn't see a lot of people there. I saw one person in 10 acres of activated land. That frustrates me because I think we can do better. When you go to Meisner Park, you see an activation. You see people, there's a little putting green there. You see people doing things. You see people walking and taking pictures. I think there's an activation where we can do some better planning. Frisbee's proposal, Tara Frisbee's proposal, has 18 pocket parks. They're not completely designed in stone yet. They're proposed. They can be made better. That's what the planning process is supposed to be. So I invite you all to help participate in that planning process that we're still going on, and we're still can vote yes or no on it when the process moves along. And likewise, you can agree or disagree with us. The city has a lot of expenses to pay for. We talked about a new police station. We talked about police officers. We talked about the homeless. A lot of us up here on the council, we volunteer with the homeless all the time. Let me tell you, it is a struggle. This is not something that's just going to get snapped our fingers and fixed. The police are there. We have special relationships with the county, with services, and we're doing more, and we're always seeking ways to do more. But one of the ways to do more is to have more of a police presence in all the places that you all have said. And that costs money. And that costs money that's paid in very few ways. It's paid by taxes. It's paid by certain fees, but generally it's paid by taxes. And so the question we have to ask ourselves, that we ask ourselves when we look at the budget and the presentation of Mr. Zervis yesterday and whatnot, is how we balance those needs and put those responsibilities on the citizens in terms of how much more taxes they're willing to pay. Every building on that site is beyond its useful life. The water was pouring into the place when I went in there. Our workforce should not be working in this building. Again, I do commercial real estate for a living. I could tell you, I was concerned about the safety of our workforce in these buildings. They should be moved to another location. The community center absolutely is 40 years old. It should be renovated. It should be something beautiful there. Right? There's an opportunity to do some great programming in a new community center with all those things, and new playgrounds, and new fields, and new splash pads, and it could be an open field. So there's an opportunity to do some real planning here, and I think it's worth continuing exploring. Absolutely, there should be a cost-benefit analysis. All these things, they do have to happen before we could take a real final vote on this, and they are happening, and I want them to happen. But I think we should still be moving forward on this planning stage, listening to the public, working with them, having more charrettes, and having some more real planning sessions to see if we can analyze this space. There's been so much misinformation out there, It's unfortunate, and it frustrates me, you know. Like I said, you know, there was, quote, 17 acres there, but in terms of active space, right now with the buildings and the parking lots there, I think it's less than 9 acres of actual active space there. And the developer saw that and is proposing to replace it with the same amount of active space or even greater. And I think that's the type of thing we can say, is saying, hey, if we're going to make the same green space better, right? If we're going to make our own beautiful Central Park that's activated and really nicely landscaped there, it's got to be better than what's there before. I think we can do that. I think we can do that, not just by coming out and saying we want nothing to be there, but by investing wisely and having the private sector participate. So I'm willing to continue exploring this opportunity on those basis. And like I said, I invite everyone to come down and walk downtown with us any weekend so we could talk about those ideas. We've shared many. I'm happy to share more. Thank you.
Ms. Nicholas.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight, too. I mean, I counted about 30 or 31 people that spoke tonight, and about 7 of you have reached out to me personally. I come up, I introduce myself to some of you, but at every single meeting, we always say, reach out to me. If you have reached out to me, you know that I usually will call you back if you put your phone number there, or I'll email you back. And you can always call us, you can always email us. I have met with several of the people that are sitting here in the audience tonight who don't always agree with everything, but that's okay. Somebody made a comment about you could care less and you're not listening. That's not true. We do care. I am listening. I am meeting with people. There were a couple other comments that I wanted to just mention. One was about bicycle safety. And as many of you know, I ride my bike a lot. And in this area in particular, we are looking at some state-of-the-art improved bicycle facilities and bicycle safety in this area. So I just wanted to mention that. And also, there was a question or a comment early on about affordable housing and Section 8 housing. And I think that the term affordable housing has some people don't understand what it is. And affordable housing and workforce housing are based on the area mean income of an area. And we have a very high area mean income in our county. I think it's at 103,000, 104,000. And affordable housing is 120% of the area mean income for that household. It is not Section 8 housing. So when people throw things like that out there, information out there that's not accurate, I know it can get confusing because not everybody understands what those terms mean. But if you call us and ask us or look it up, happy to talk to you about it. The mayor and the city manager, Mr. Wigder, touched on a lot of the other things about the open space, the rec space, comments like we're losing it forever. We're not losing it forever, and we're in fact trying to figure out ways to make it better and to make it more active. And so, where we live is irrelevant because I have lived over in the downtown, and my daughter lives within a 3-minute walk of the government campus, and my granddaughter. So I care about every single one of you. I care about where everybody lives. I have worked here for over 30 years in Boca. I've lived here almost that long, and I care about every single one of you. I raised all 4 of my kids here, and now my grandkids are here. I am your neighbor. I am not trying to, all we're trying to do is make things better, but it is a process. So I know Mr. Lukasik has like 9 work teams in the city that are constantly, several times a week, working with the developers. There are people in here who have made some comments to the developers, and some things have been incorporated and some things have not, and maybe because not everything that they recommended was incorporated, they have a bone to pick with them. But I can tell you that Tara and Frisbee have been flexible, and they are listening, and I can guarantee you they're listening right now. And they've listened through all of this. And they have been doing that since we chose them and ranked them first as our partner. So I just wanted to say that and look forward to more of the process.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mayor.
stand in a somewhat different position. I'm not going to belabor all of the reasons why, but going back almost 6 months, I have been saying I do not support this plan. I believe it's too many units, too much height, too much density, too much recreational displacement, too much, too fast. I offered over the course of the last few months a series of questions about what was happening here and why. Are we building condos? Who pays for the infrastructure? Why are we paying for the building of our facilities? What kind of impacts is this going to have on Palmetto and the surrounding roadways? Does the phasing plan work? What happens if multiple subsequent phases don't get built? Are the financial projections accurate? Public-private partnerships make projections as to what's going to happen. They don't always pan out. That includes here in our city. Should public land be sold? Should public parks be sold for the building of what we're contemplating here? And I've been saying these repeatedly over the course of the last few months. And so as a result of that, I have not supported this plan from the beginning. I voted no in the interim agreement. I voted no in the interim plan. And I understand the frustration. Okay, that's all that I'll say about all of that. But I did hear, I think, what I believe to be some unfair criticism from the public. And one of them was just touched on by the deputy mayor. People who live west of 95 doesn't mean we don't understand the entire city. We're elected by the entire city to represent everybody. I don't just represent my neighbors. I don't think any of us up here just represent our neighbors. We all understand we do our best to understand every part of the city and to represent everybody fairly. So while we may disagree on some of these ideas, I want you all to know that I don't believe it's fair to say that we can't represent you, or any one of us can't represent you, simply because we don't live right near you. We have 100,000 people whose job it is we have to represent. We take that seriously. I take that seriously. I think everyone else does too. So that's where I come out on it. I've reiterated what I needed to say, but the idea that we can't fairly represent you simply because we don't live down the street is, I believe, unfair.
Mr. Brown, I knew you had a follow-up.
Just a couple of procedural points about a couple of the comments that were made. One was there was a comment that implied that we don't provide responses to requests for information. And we do provide responses. Sometimes the responses are not the response that the inquirer anticipated. It may not be the response that somebody wanted to hear, but we do respond. And then further, there was also some concerns about whether or not we are following the procedural requirements of the Florida statutes with regard to public-private partnerships. We are, in fact, following those procedural requirements as embodied in the city's policy on how we process P3 proposals. We have followed those since that policy was promulgated back, I believe, in March of this year. So just clarification.
This is an ongoing process. We will continue to have public comment. And if you, as was suggested by Ms. Naklis, some of us, I haven't heard or seen from some of you before, so if you have concerns, please take time. We will incorporate as well as we can. We will listen to your comments, give thought to them, and see how we make projects better. In fact, this plan has already unfolded and changed because of the flexibility we've had and our development partners had based on the comments that we've received to date. So substantive comments can make things better. And we appreciate this. If at the end of the day, not everyone agrees, that's just life. We will not get agreement on 100,000 people, but we are trying our best to govern for the greatest good for the short-term, medium-term, and long-term needs of our city. So thank you. That doesn't conclude our meeting. It just concludes this item. So we're now going to move on to item 9T. Excuse me, sir. No. We're moving on to 9T. So yes, thank you. As I said at the beginning, we're not having, this is not a vote tonight, but we appreciate you being here. Ms. Siddons, would you please read the title?
Resolution 108, 2025, a resolution of the City of Boca Raton approving a purchase and sale agreement with Meridian Park of Commerce, LLC, for the purpose of the acquisition of certain real property located in the City of Boca Raton with a street address of 6551 Park of Commerce Boulevard Northwest, Boca Raton, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute the purchase and sale agreement and any other documents provided for or contemplated by the agreement in order to effectuate the transaction, providing for severability, providing for appealer, providing an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Lukasik, Deputy City Manager, who's been helping with this project since the very beginning, will provide an update on the changes that have been made to the purchase and sale agreement document since the agenda was published earlier last week. as well as respond to a couple of issues that were identified in the discussion yesterday.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Brown. Mayor and Council, before I start quickly, just an introduction. You know Mr. Portfolio from CBRE. He's here again to answer any questions that you might have, as well as Ed Soto. Mr. Soto is with Weiss Rhoda. He's been working with the City Attorney's Office and representing us in the development of this agreement with the seller. So touching base on a couple of changes to the contract. Section 2.4 has some language addressing services that are currently being delivered to the site. So the current owner has trash service has provided to the site, and they had initially asked that the city continue to provide that service as part of the agreement. That language has been struck, so the city will provide its own solid waste collection services. Next item I wanted to talk about is related to section 4.5, subsection E, and that has to do with the escrow amount for ad valorem taxes. The seller of the property has an agreement with the parcel owner to the north. Right now, the property is under one tax folio, and the seller has an agreement with the property owner to the north to pay the 2025 taxes on behalf of both parties. The party that owns the northern parcel still is responsible for their share of the taxes, but the seller of the property to us, or to the city, is responsible for distributing those dollars to the county. The language that was changed within the agreement just protects the city to ensure that a proper amount of escrow is put in place. So it's based upon the trim rate and the trim amount that will be published in the preliminary tax bills, as opposed to a set amount that could have been less than the escrow amount. The next section that I wanted to touch base on is still in section 4.5, but subsection L. And that really just provides some language to discuss truing up the tenant's CAM expense. So the building that the city is purchasing currently has a tenant. Will assume the responsibility for that tenant once we close on the property. Once we close on that property, or just before we close on the property, the seller of the property will provide us with an accounting of the CAM charges that the current tenant has paid. And depending upon whether the payment has been over or under the CAM amount up to that time, we'll true up what has to happen as it relates to either a reimbursement back to the tenant or collecting dollars in the future from the tenant to apply to the current seller. And then lastly, section 10.13, subsections A through D, really sets up some of the mechanics of the escrow account. Mr. Soto is going to be the escrow agent, and it just really sets up the mechanics of that account to show how it works and what the responsibilities are. Those are the changes of the contract. The one thing I did want to mention that was discussed yesterday was related to the legal parcels on the site. So there was a question about the legal parcels on the site, and that's largely driven by the information that's on the property appraiser's website. So if you look at the property appraiser's website, it shows the one tax folio. It shows a lot of ownership that doesn't exist today. So that information on the website is being updated. The buyer of the property to the north has submitted a number of documents that not only describe the property that he purchased or they purchased, but also describes the parcel that the city is about ready to purchase. During our due diligence process, we're going to go ahead and make sure that the property descriptions mirror what we believe we're acquiring, make sure that we don't have any encumbrances that we're not aware of. I just wanted to point that out, and I gave you in advance of this meeting some of that documentation, but I just wanted to point out that that information is there, and we're going through that process to make sure that we have a clear understanding of what we're acquiring in terms of the property limits and what kind of encumbrances might be on site. And that's all that I have for you this evening, unless you have any questions.
Council members, any questions? All right, we'll open up the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to come forward? Mr. Ungean?
Jonathan Ungean, 6501 Congress Avenue. Good to hear the clarifications. I wanted to read quickly before the bottom of page 1 of the packet. Says, long-term, the property is valuable from a redevelopment perspective as it is near Tri-Rail and El Rio Trail and could be used to encourage appropriate mixed-use development in the area. I would love clarification from the council what that means. How does you buying property encourage redevelopment? As this is the property, and the breakdown that was given to me, or that was shown as to what your neighbor has said their property is. I don't know if you've ever seen any neighbors that have a dispute as to where their property line is, but I think it happens a lot. Okay, and they're calling their property 5.3 acres versus the other parcel 5.9. I kind of did like a little ruler thing, and your side of it's a lot bigger than that. Just saying. So it'd be good to know for sure where it is. I've never heard of anybody buying property or entering an agreement not knowing what property exactly is theirs that they're buying, that they're going to wait through a due diligence period to then do that. And the reality is after listening to tonight, if this was me, I wouldn't be buying anything right now because I'd be concerned if the voters are going to maybe have a say that puts this whole thing on hold. So I think those are some critical points to think about. By the way, this is the property next door. It's 61.4, as I highlighted there, 61,400 square feet. How's there a slide missing? Long story, so there's yours at little over 70. It's not 10,000 square feet bigger, it's 8,500 square feet. Again, theirs is the corner parcel. I have concerns with your representation, who are representing both sides. If the asking price was 19, first off, it's not a fully occupied building. Hate to break this to you as well. I'm really incentivized as the owner of an office building to see high sales because it makes my property more valuable, as I am 100% occupied with much higher rent rolls. So again, I'm incentivized to see higher amounts, but I'm, as a taxpayer who pays a lot of taxes, about $240,000 a year in taxes, I don't want to see my tax dollars go to waste. And the reality is, I think these numbers at 17.5 almost that you're going to be paying for this property versus the neighbor who's on the corner. And also, I hope that this referendum, the one good thing is, let's just say, maybe the redevelopment plans in the future, and can I just have 30 more seconds?
15.
Okay. The redevelopment plans, what's to stop you in the future from doing this here on this property? Is that the redevelopment plans in the future, that you buy this property to then pass your density to the next door neighbor, let's just say?
Your time's up, Mr. Ungean.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this matter? Last call. All right, we'll close the public hearing on Resolution 108-2025. Do we hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Sure.
Please, Mr. Wigner.
Yes, I appreciate the comments here. I appreciate the hard work of staff, Mr. Brown, Mr. Lukasik, CBRE here. Obviously, there's multiple divisions of CBRE. Mr. Ungean, I know we've talked many, many times about this, and with all due respect, I think this is, rather than rebuilding, and we've talked about this ad nauseum, so I hate to belabor the point, but, you know, the idea here is, you know, instead of rebuilding something grandiose, and nobody wants anything grandiose, instead of spending a lot of money with any new construction, which we know is $800 or $900 a square foot in today's marketplace, we have an opportunity here to buy a very, very well-maintained existing building at a substantial reduced cost that will save the citizens tens of millions of dollars in order to relocate the administrative services portion of the city to a more centralized location, which has happened. And listen, that happens in all industries. There's bifurcated services. It's happened in the city. So I think it's actually really responsible of us to start moving forward with this, as we know that the City Hall's at the end of its useful life, and this move is not going to be instantaneous. It will take some time to coordinate this properly, and so this is putting the groundwork responsibly. And for those reasons, I'm in favor of this. Oh, like one more point, the title issues. Yeah, I've practiced real estate law for 28 years. We are getting title insurance on this. We have real estate counsel. I've talked with them multiple times. This is standard. There's going to be a survey that's cleaned up. And if there's any issues, they're going to verify them in terms of cross easements and stuff like that, in terms of the driveway. Actually, because you made some of those points, I made an effort to also look at the plat book, and to look at the official recs book, and to walk the property, and to do a meets and bounds description, and to look at the flags on the ground. And I believe this is going to be a standard kind of title issue with some cleanup stuff that happens, in the last perhaps 1,000 transactions that I've done. So I don't feel that those are valid points. Thank you.
Further comments? Mr. Thompson?
From the beginning, when we've been talking about the government facilities that we needed, I think all have agreed that we need a new city hall, we needed a new city community center, and a police station. And from the beginning, I've been trying to make the point that when we do this, however we obtain our city facilities and new ones, which we know we need, they should be suitable, sensible, and responsible. And I think this fits all of those. This is a nice building that is a significant upgrade from where a lot of our staff work right now, well-maintained, as Mr. Richter just mentioned. This is not a Taj Mahal. This is not anything grandiose. I believe it's quite sensible. And I think it's done responsibly, given how much you would cost to build from scratch or rebuild or add on to any other facility, given the cost of construction. So I think this is overall a decent deal for the city, and something that gets our folks into suitable working conditions and does so sensibly and responsibly. So I'm going to be voting yes on this.
Thank you. Other comments? I'll just add that we looked extensively at leasing options, and the cost-benefit analysis was so far great to go buy the building rather than spend a lot of money on leasing facilities. This is ready for move-in now. And also, regardless of the city campus plans, we needed a new building administration and code enforcement building, and we'd gotten suggestions, independent of the downtown plans, to put that outside of the downtown because we have more practitioners who come in from other places and need access to 95. This is better access, so it serves them, and it's logical there. The final point on this building, we emphasized that as part of our campus plan, we would have the forward-facing, the public functions down in our downtown. That was core to us, and a lot of this will be the the normal, not resident functions. It will be more for the practitioners in building administration. There'll be some other stuff, but there's a lot of departments at the city who the public doesn't interact with, and they'll have a better working space at a very reasonable cost compared to all the alternatives, especially constructing downtown. So for those reasons, I think staff was wise to tie this up and get this under PSA, which we will independently vote on after Mr. Brown shares some more information.
Yeah, Mr. Ungen had inquired about why do we think that purchasing this property will actually encourage redevelopment in the area, or could encourage redevelopment in the area. And I think it's reasonable to think that the additional stable employment of city workers in the area, as well as the customers who come to the building department, et cetera, would provide for an incentive for the development of workforce-type affordable housing in the area, as well as more neighborhood-serving retail for people who are coming in and out. It may not be big redevelopment, but there will be, I think it will encourage some economic benefit to the area.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Then Ms. Siddons, please.
Richter?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Singer?
Yes.
Naklis?
Yes.
And I believe Councilmember Drucker has come off of the meeting.
Yes,
Is she not?
I don't think she's on the call.
Okay.
Very good.
Motion passes 4-0.
Very good, thank you. We will now move to item 11, quasi-judicial and related public hearings. And we have the hearings on items A, A1, and A2 that will be combined because the items are interrelated. A separate vote will be taken on each of items 11A, A1, and A2. Because item A2 is quasi-judicial in nature, the quasi-judicial procedures will govern all of the discussion. And if item A is not approved, no vote will be taken on items A1 and 2. And if item A is approved but not A1, we will not take a vote on item A2. So with that, Ms. Siddons, would you please read the titles of Ordinance 5737 and Resolution 80-25?
Ordinance 5737, an ordinance of the City of Boca Raton considering an amendment to the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by redesignating certain property consisting of approximately 0.70 acres, generally located at 5458 Town Center Road and 1 Town Center Road, from Plan Mobility, PM, to Conservation, N, providing for revisions to the future land use map, providing for appealer, providing an effective date. Resolution 80-2025, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Boca Raton considering for the approximately 18.59 acre property generally located at 5458 Town Center Road and 1 Town Center Road, an amended and restated site plan approval consolidating Palm Beach County Resolution numbers 76-1168, 88-1210, 89-0711, and 90-1295, and authorizing 1, the reduction of an existing environmental preserve area from 2.1 acres to 0.70 acres, reduction of 1.4 acres. 2, the creation of a new approximately 0.70 acre preserve area. And 3, installation of new landscape and hardscape improvements, providing for appealer, providing an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Heather Waldstein, Senior Planner with Development Services, will make the presentation on Ordinance 5737 and Resolution 80-2025.
Good
Thank
evening.
you. And before, I'm sorry.
Quasi-judicial.
Yes,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
quasi-judicial, so we need to go over the quasi-judicial procedures that govern and then ask everyone to be sworn in. So if you would, please, Mr. Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor. Each applicant requesting approval, relief, or other action from the City Council shall disclose at the commencement or continuance of the public hearing any consideration provided or committed directly or on its behalf for an agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested relief or action. A summary of the quasi-judicial procedures governing this proceeding is attached to the agenda, and a copy can be obtained from the city clerk.
Thank you. We'll also ask council members if they have any ex parte communications they wish to disclose. Mr. Thompson?
I had a conversation this morning with Bonnie Miskell, counsel for the applicant, and I believe that concludes my ex parte disclosures.
Thank you, Ms. Necklace.
Thank you. I also had a Zoom with Bonnie Miskell and David Millage this afternoon. I watched the EAB meeting, and I drive by the site many, many times a day.
Thank you. Mr. Wigder?
Yeah, I just had a brief conversation with Ms. Miskell this afternoon. And nothing
Thank you. I also spoke with Bonnie Miskell, counsel for the applicant, about this matter last week, generally giving me an overview of this proposed change. I've also visited the site many times, as I'm sure all of us have. So with that, we'll ask anyone who wishes to speak on this matter to please rise so the clerk can administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you may give before this public hearing will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Waldstein, if you would, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Heather Waldstein, Senior Planner with Development Services, and I'll be presenting the One Town Center request. The project is generally located at One Town Center, just east of the Town Center, Boca Town Center Mall, and west of North Military Trail. The site plan and project areas within the City CHO zoning district with a future land use designation of Plan Mobility. The request before you tonight is a site plan amendment for the elimination of a 2.1 acre undeveloped area, creation of a new approximately 0.70 acre designated preserve, and installation of new landscape and hardscape improvements, Concurrent with this application is the future land use amendment from Plan Mobility to conservation, as well as adoption of a conservation easement for 0.70 acre designated preserve area. The history of the site plan and property dates back to 1976, when the site plan was approved by the Palm Beach County Board of Commissioners. Several site plan amendments have occurred following its original approval, which allowed for redesign of the site, increase of building square footage, and inclusion of additional permitted uses such as general office and financial. The site plan area was annexed to the city in 2003, along with other county properties. And upon annexation, the property was rezoned to the city CHO zoning district with a future land use designation of Plan Mobility. However, due to the annexation, the site plan is for the most part guided by the regulation of the 2002 version of the county's ULDC, with limited portions of the city's code of ordinances applying and controlling in the event of conflict with the ULDC. I can go into further detail as needed, but in the interest of time, I'll just move forward to the next slide. This is the current site plan, which identifies the 2.1 acre undeveloped area, which is the topic of tonight's item. This graphic is to help visualize the request the council is considering tonight. On the left side of the screen is the existing condition. Shaded with the lighter green is the 2.1 acres of undeveloped area, and shaded in the darker green is a drainage easement and dry retention area. To the right of your screen is the proposed designated preserve. It's shaded in light green, which is the general location of the existing drainage easement and dry retention area. The concurrent request for the conservation easement and future land use amendment applies to this designated preserve. Upon approval of the request, the 2.1 acre undeveloped area on the left side of your screen will remain in its current physical condition with no restrictions to use other than the code regulations. As mentioned earlier, this area is within the city CHO zoning district and has a future land use designation of Plan Mobility. The designated preserve is inclusive of 0.7 acres, will include new vegetation with plantings of pine flatwoods, cypress, and grass flatlands, and a flower mix. Staff's analysis, which includes compliance review by several planners and our senior environmental officer, concludes that the undeveloped area has been significantly diminished over time. The designated preserve will include a diverse ecosystem that the applicant is proposing to install and maintain with biannual monitoring over the next 5 years. Staff finds the project is consistent with the goals and objectives of the city's conservation element of the comprehensive plan by restoring natural habitats and preserving upland habitats on private properties. The new preserve, designated preserve, will be protected by a conservation easement and redesignated as conservation on the future land use map. Staff would like to note that this request was presented to the city's Environmental Advisory Board on May 22nd of this year. And although the EAB voted unanimously to recommend denial of the request, they did offer some suggestions in the event the request is approved. Staff and the applicant have worked to incorporate some of those requests into the plans that you have before you tonight, including simplifying the proposed site vegetation, replacing some of the proposed vegetation, and providing short-term irrigation. Other suggestions that were made include the applicant's agreement to conditions such as consultation with Palm Beach County and returning to the EAB for a courtesy presentation. This request was also presented to the Planning and Zoning Board on June 5th of this year and recommended for approval by a 5-2 vote with an amendment to one of the conditions that will require additional fill to the dry retention area, bringing it level with the rest of the designated preserve area. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and our Senior Environmental Officer, Joshua Bott, is also in attendance and can answer specific questions related to preserve and proposed vegetation.
Thank you. Ms. Wellstein, could you go back one slide, please? The green check marks don't line up perfectly. That's just how it goes. Was the two that were not included controlled burns if permitted and construction monitoring?
It was controlled burns. That's if permitted sometime in the future. And then parking for the preserve is one of the items that is not included. Although I know the check mark is there. It should have been up one, too. Yeah.
So it's just those two?
Yeah.
And parking for the preserve would be incredibly challenging, given
Yes.
the triangular shape on Military Trail and the width.
Correct.
Yes, okay. And just to go back, because there was some discussion at the EAB meeting, this is not, as far as we can tell from incomplete county records, this has not been a preserve. This would be enacting for the first time preserve protection for any portion of this land.
Correct. It has not been protected.
Very good. All right, thank you. Council members, other questions? Mr. Wigder.
Just one question related to the condition of the P&Z board. In terms of the fill, is the idea to level it and then to do the respective plantings that's
Correct.
anticipated?
Correct.
Yes. Thank you.
Further questions? All right, we'll open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter? I'll invite the applicant first. If the applicant wants to come first, I should have said that, so. And then anyone else. You may sit wherever you like, but why don't you just take this time and walk over there? Thank you.
This may be a problem. I lost my voice about 45 minutes ago. Bonnie Miskell for the record, and I am going to retain what little voice I have left to answer questions. It sounds a lot worse. I feel fine. I apologize.
That's right. Do you need any water, by the way?
I have it, and I've been sucking on throat lozenges. I'm so sorry. It's just gotten worse over the last couple of hours.
Council members, any questions? If not, we'll let you reserve your time. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
My name is Karen Golombeski. I live at 5385 Grand Park Place in Boca Raton. I pass this property every day. I can see it from the end of my street. For the past 20-odd years, I've known this property as a preserve area. And I had been, when I have followed up with Palm Beach County, when I first was looking at the area, I was told that it was a preserve area. And the owners of the property were not good stewards of the land. They did not protect the flora and the fauna. And then now that they're looking for something, they want to be rewarded by being able to reduce the land area from 2.1 acres down to 0.70 acres. And I don't think that as a city and as a community, we should reward them by allowing them to get away with their prior bad deeds and allow them to get this passed. And I have spoken with many of my neighbors, and many of them were here on the June 5th date. And I believe that the commission should vote with the Environmental Advisory Board and deny their request. Thank you.
Further comments? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Isaac Shalom. I'm here on behalf of the ownership of One Town Center, the office building directly to the north of this site. First of all, I want to applaud all of your work. I am pro-development and pro-growth, and I know how hard it is to do what you do. I want to applaud all of that. Being that I'm the neighbor, I actually just found out about this meeting 3 days ago, as we just purchased the property about a year ago, and the notice went to the previous owner. We have not had the time to review the updated site plan, the traffic studies, or any other studies that have been done, as I'm sure they've all been done. Rather than act rash and ask you to deny this, I'm just asking for more time for our group to review and digest what's being proposed. As we know, it's a much larger development project than just this environmental move. It also sits within the current plat and association of which we are a part of and the biggest building on. So this does affect our parcel very much. and it will eventually affect us more once the development is approved. I must ask for time to review this in its entirety and let us digest what is being proposed, as it literally does sit on our property. Again, I want to appreciate everything and the time to be able to stand up here today.
Mr. Shalom, don't go.
Sure.
You said you purchased the property how long ago?
Within a year.
And how did you only get notice 3 days ago?
So KBS was the old asset manager for the property. The city was sending the notices to them. They sent it to us, and then that's why I'm here this evening.
Did you reach out to the applicant, to city staff, the city council, or anyone before tonight's meeting about this request?
We did reach out to city staff. I believe I emailed Ms. Heather, I don't know her last name, in the Planning and Zoning Department. She logged it down, and then I asked her if I needed to be here this evening. She said that would be a great idea, so I'm here this evening.
Did you reach out to the proposed applicant here?
We did. We reached out to the applicant, to the ownership group, who is very tough. And again, we think it's a beautiful thing, but we need the time to digest what they want to do.
I'm sorry, and what did you mean when you said it was very tough? It was tough to reach them, or they were tough in the response?
Both.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, anyone else wishing to speak? Mr. Anjan, were you sworn?
No, I wasn't.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you may give before this public hearing will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you.
So, no skin in the game in this. I don't care either way. Jonathan Ungean, 6501 Congress Avenue. But I hate to see things get not taken care of, and then because things are in disarray or not looking very good or not upkept, that it's a reason to do away with it. I saw it yesterday with the park attached to that 306 unit development on 1.7 acres, that the banyan trees are going to go away because apparently they can't be saved. I hate to think that people and companies wouldn't take care of lands properly so that they could use it as an excuse to do away with it to build. And I just don't think that that's an excuse, that because things aren't nice, that they can't plant more now to make a preserve, if that's what it was intended to be. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Last call for first-time speakers on this. All right, would anyone like to cross-examine anyone else who spoke? All right, seeing none, then we'll give the applicant a chance for summation.
That may be difficult, but we're happy to talk to the neighbor. No one has approached me, and we are the agent of record, and it's public record, and it's on the applications. But we aren't here to talk about the redevelopment. At this point in time, we will have to come back to you with a site plan, a full submittal, and we'll certainly work with them prior to and during that process.
I have also received no mailings. No mailings.
All right.
I'll defer to the city clerk's office.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. I'll respond to that. I'll have staff respond to that question too in a moment about our mailing process. I believe that concludes the public hearing, so we'll close the public hearing. We'll entertain a motion to take it up. But Mr. Brown, could someone just respond, because I overheard, and please don't yell out comments, but we'll respond anyway here. Could you just talk about the process for mailing notice? It's pretty standard in our city. I can't speak to each person, but.
Yes, we mail notices at least 10 days prior to every hearing to any property owners of record within 500 feet of the subject property. The owner of record is who the property appraiser, their database, has as the owner and their mailing address.
Right. By the way, what is our process when someone says that Mr. Shalom said, you know, he called someone and they said to come at the hearing? Do we have a standard process for that? What was said was rather unusual for what we usually encounter.
Well, I mean, I don't know what the standard process would be. He's asking about a hearing. We're saying, yes, there's a hearing. If you have an interest in the matter, should I come? Yes. I mean, those are, I think, good answers.
Yeah. Okay, very good. All right, council members, what's your pleasure? Ms.
Make
Nichols?
a motion to approve?
Yeah, we have to go first with ordinance 5737, so.
Okay. Make a motion to approve ordinance number 5737.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, further discussion? All right, on this one, this is just, is Ms., I can't speak to who received what notice or why. I would encourage people, if you know of an issue, reach out as early as you can, which may have been just 3 days ago in this case. This is just a designation from plan mobility to conservation, which is actually a benefit since there is no conservation there, so I'm ready to move forward with this. It's not related to the site plan. So on that, for those reasons, I've said my piece there. Anyone else want to opine on A1? Then Ms. Siddons, please.
Nachless?
Yes.
Wigter?
Yes.
Singer?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 votes to 0.
All right, thank you. And now we'll take up Resolution 80-2025. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All right, I do want to clarify one thing. So could we go back to your presentation to the first or second slide, please? Because I think there's a misnomer here. The title of this refers to a preserve area, reducing it, but it, again, all records indicate it was not a preserve area. Is that correct? It's really, we've been calling it an undeveloped area.
Yes, we are calling it an undeveloped area. I believe the original site plan, which we are presenting tonight for site plan amendment, identified an area that was called preserve area, but we don't have a lot of information from the county to back up what that preserve was to be, what it included. So it's essentially undeveloped area.
Right. And are we aware of any code violations or other failures by the property owner on that piece to maintain what is required?
Yes, there was a notice of violation on the undeveloped area and how it was maintained over the years. But that notice of violation has been closed. The applicant has provided the city the information we requested.
Right. And can you just talk a little bit more again about if we put in the conservation easement, what will that require in terms of, it required new plantings, but it also requires taking out non-native vegetation?
Correct.
Right.
It calls for clearing of non-native. It also calls for irrigation to help establish the preserve and then maintain it after it's established.
Very good. And no development rights are being conveyed tonight?
No.
Very good. All right, thank you. That satisfies my questions. Anyone else? All right, then, if not, Ms. Siddons, please.
Thompson?
Yes.
Singer?
Yes.
Wigter?
Yes.
Nachless?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 votes to 0.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to item B, as in boy. And Ms. Siddons, would you please read the title of Resolution 100-2025?
Resolution 100, 2025, a resolution of the City of Boca Raton considering for the approximately 4.1-acre property generally located at 1141 South Rogers Circle, an amended and restated conditional use approval, amending and restating Resolution number 23-2014, as amended by Resolution number 1, 2016, for the Barrel of Monks Brewery, to amend the conditions of approval to A, expand the accessory brewery tasting area from approximately 867 square feet of interior space to approximately 1,728 square feet of interior space and approximately 1,000 square feet of outdoor patio space. B, change the hours of operation of the accessory tasting areas. C, authorize the incidental sales of beverages not manufactured at the brewery. And D, allow the serving and consumption of alcohol in the outdoor patio tasting area, providing for appeal or providing an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Brown? Oh, yes, okay, yes, so sorry. And let us, Mr. Sheffield, can you please confirm that the quasi-judicial procedure that you read before will still govern this public hearing as well?
That is correct,
Thank
Mayor.
you. Now I'll ask council members again if they have any ex parte communications they wish to disclose. Mr. Thompson.
I spoke maybe it was last week, with Ellie Zacharias, counsel for the applicant, regarding the merits of this project, and that concludes my ex parte disclosures.
Thank you. Ms. Nicholas?
I had a Zoom call today with Ellie Zacharias, and I have visited this site many times.
Thank you. Mr. Wigder?
I've also had a call with Ms. Zacharias yesterday or the day before. I visited the site many times, and I have had conversations generally with the ownership of the Barrel of Monks, just taking a tour of the brewery.
While I've been to the site previously, I had no communications with anyone regarding this particular application, or at least ex parte communications. I spoke with staff, which is not ex parte. So that concludes our disclosures. At this point, we'll ask anyone who wishes to speak on this matter to please rise, and so the clerk can administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you may give before this public hearing will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Heather Hansen with the Development Services Department will make the presentation on resolution number 100, 2025.
Thank you. Good
Ms.
evening.
Hansen.
For the record, my name is Heather Hansen, and I have been sworn in. The brewery is located in the M3 Manufacturing Industrial District within the Penn Florida Commerce Center building in South Congress Industrial Center, for those of you who have not been there. So the request is for an amended and restated conditional use approval related to the accessory brewing tasting areas to authorize expanding the tasting areas. On the first floor, it's currently 867 square feet with 15-foot bar to 925 square feet with a 15-foot bar, and adding 803 square feet on the second floor mezzanine, and a 1,000 square foot tasting area in the outdoor patio. Modifying the opening hours of operation, Friday through Sunday. It opens at 4 p.m. on Friday instead of 2 p.m., and which helps with parking because of the industrial uses that surround it are done by 4 p.m. And noon on Saturday and Sunday instead of 2 p.m. on Saturday and 4 p.m. on Sunday. It would also allow for the incidental sale of beverages not manufactured at the brewery, such as wine, canned cocktails, and soft drinks, and the serving and consumption of alcohol at the existing outdoor patio. So the tasting areas, if you've been there, there's the outdoor patio area, it's got umbrellas, and in here is the tasting area indoors on the first floor. And then they have this tasting area on the second floor available for private events, and I believe they have some entertainment up there at times. So the brewery is already operating under the conditions being requested, which are out of compliance with the conditions of approval from the previous conditional use. The current operations would be legalized by the approval of this application. What had happened is the state came down to do an inspection, which they do periodically, and saw that they were serving alcohol outside on the patio, which had never been approved. So they required that they get local approval before they would sign off on that permit. Concurrently, the applicant has requested an amended and restated site plan approval to authorize that outdoor patio. The site plan is being processed as a minor site plan amendment, which is an administrative process. So this is what's changing. The manufacturing area is the same, slightly smaller warehouse storage, slightly larger reception area tasting rooms, larger office area, the second floor tasting area, the outdoor patio area. So that's the change that would result from this approval. The use is compatible with existing and planned development, and the character of the district is suitable for the use. The brewery tasting areas are open when the vast majority of the surrounding commercial and industrial uses are closed. The brewery's tasting areas provide a gathering place for adults and families to socialize, play cards and board games, listen to live music, play bingo, etc. The Commerce Center building has 222 parking spaces. The applicant submitted an updated shared parking analysis that determined that the weekday peak demand requires 191 spaces and the weekend peak demand 86 spaces. Therefore, there's adequate parking at the property. The existing building, property, and infrastructure are adequate for the expanded use, and no adverse impacts are anticipated. At their June 26 meeting, the board reviewed the application and voted 5-0 to recommend that the City Council approve the application. Subsequent to the board meeting, staff made minor revisions to the resolution to address the need for city review and approval of required changes to the building occupancy for some uses at the brewery, and to clarify that all requested components of the application require amendments to the conditions of approval of Resolution Number 1, 2016. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm available for that.
Thank you. Council members, any questions? All right, we'll open up the public hearing. We'll invite the applicant to come forward.
Good evening, Ellie Zacharias, Miskell Backman, 14 Southeast 4th Street. I have a very lengthy presentation. Just kidding. It's a very short presentation, but most of you have seen it. So unless you have any questions or want to see it, John and I are here, both here to answer any questions you may have, as ownership is here as well.
Thank you. I have not seen it. Could you just give me a highlight?
I can. Okay, so as Heather noted, this is a use that's been in the city since, I believe, 2014. There have been no code violations, no calls for complaints or anything of the like. This all came about because of their alcohol license. The state did a random inspection, which they do often, and found that there was outdoor seating. During COVID in 2020, the owners did expand to allow for outdoor seating and did not go through the proper channels. So that is why we're here today. And while we're here, we figured we might as well clean up everything. So here is the existing, already approved tasting area inside on the first floor. When we were updating the floor plans, we noticed that it's actually an increase of 58 square feet. So we noted that. So that's the first change. The second one is the outdoor patio that Heather noted. That is a total of 1,000 square feet. And then the third change is to allow for a tasting area to be used periodically on the mezzanine level, which is 803 square feet. That is a total increase of the tasting areas by 1,861 square feet. We are also looking to revise our hours of operation. On Monday through Thursday remains exactly the same. On Friday, we're actually reducing our hours of operation. In lieu of opening at 2, we're proposing to open at 4. And then on Saturday and Sunday, as you all know, this is very much an industrial park area, so there are no vehicles being utilized on Saturday and Sunday, so we're requesting to open at noon on those 2 days. And that is my entire presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions of the applicant? All right, anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one come forward, Ms. Zacharias, would you like to conclude or waive? She's indicating that she is waiving and has concluded. So we will then close the public hearing. We'll entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 100, 2025. Do I hear a motion?
So moved. Second.
Second by Mr. Thompson. Then any further discussion? I'll just say that of all the things we discussed, including some other things today, this would have been interesting too. So micro brews are a little more fun. Anyway, thank you for that. Nothing further then, Ms. Siddons, please.
Singer.
Yes.
Naklis.
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Wigder.
Yes.
Motion passes 4 votes to 0.
Thank you. That concludes our regular public hearings. We have no regular public hearings or settlements, so we'll open the floor to public requests, and I still have a few cards. Oh, please. I did, yes. You know what? I had it A, and yes, so it was labeled A twice. So
It's a regular public hearing.
yes, it is a regular public hearing. We'll now take up Ordinance 5736, Yamato Crossing. Thank you.
Ordinance 5736, an ordinance of the City of Boca Raton considering for the approximately 4.06 acre property generally located at 202 West Yamato Road, an amendment to an approved universal conditional UC rezoning ordinance, ordinance number 4500, to delete a restriction that prohibits freestanding restaurant buildings with drive-throughs, providing for a repeal or providing an effective date.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. Heather Hansen will also make the presentation on 5736.
It's a Heather night. Good evening once again. For the record, my name is Heather Hansen, and I've been sworn in. The subject property is located on the southwest corner of West Yamato Road and Northwest 2nd Avenue. The development of the Yamato Crossing Commercial Center was approved in 2000 when the City Council adopted Ordinance 4500, At that time, some nearby residents raised concerns about the development of the property with a drive-through restaurant, mainly related to traffic impacts. To address the neighbors' concerns, the applicant proposed a bank with drive-throughs instead of a restaurant, and a condition of approval was added prohibiting freestanding restaurants with drive-throughs. The retail buildings were constructed, but not the bank. For 25 years, that portion of the property has remained undeveloped, where you see the red star. Since the time Ordinance 4500 was approved, there have been significant roadway improvements completed in the area surrounding the Yamato crossing that have enhanced the capacity of the roadways, such as additional turn lanes on West Yamato Road and Northwest 2nd Avenue, and an additional through lane on the north approach to the intersection of Northwest 2nd Avenue and West Yamato Road. As demonstrated by the current traffic study, if a restaurant with drive-throughs is constructed on the undeveloped portion of the property, it will meet the traffic performance standards set by Palm Beach County, and the project is not expected to have significant impact on non-municipal roadways or intersections. The applicant has indicated that drive-through restaurant chains remain interested in this location. Therefore, the applicant is requesting the removal of the aforementioned restrictive condition of approval. So no physical changes to the property are proposed at this time. But if they do want to place a drive-through restaurant on the property in the future, it will require a site plan amendment. A drive-through restaurant is a permitted use in the B4 zoning district. Since the time, as I mentioned, that the ordinance was adopted, there have been significant roadway improvements completed in the area. The traffic study indicates that if a restaurant with drive-throughs is added, it will meet the traffic performance standards. And the application is reasonable and appropriate and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. At their June 5th meeting, the board reviewed the application and voted 7-0 to recommend that the city council approve the application. 2 residents testified against the request, citing negative impacts to traffic and to the adjacent residential zones, such as bright light and noise late at night, should it be open late into the evening. The lack of a significant buffer between the site and the residential zone was also mentioned. The Planning and Zoning Board and the Development Services Department do recommend approval of the rezoning ordinance amendment, subject to the conditions set forth. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Council members, any questions? Could you talk a little bit more about the traffic standards, how that measures out for queuing, and given the size of the pad, what we know about stacking and how different fast food uses might accommodate stacking, and how we go about ensuring those projections and standards are met?
Well, that's the sort of thing that is reviewed in detail and very closely during the site plan review process, because they don't know what, they would be able to market this site now, but they don't know what user will end up there. And once you know that and how many drive-through lanes there are, that gets analyzed at that time.
When we go through the site plan process, what information do we get to confirm the type of user, if not the identity of user, and how many drive-through lanes they actually use? Some fast food restaurants use 1, some routinely use 2. How do we go about that?
That would actually be shown on the site plan. How many lanes, the distance, we have specific standards for how many cars need to be accommodated in the queue based on a standard, vehicle length, all those sorts of things we would look at. Additionally, there's been times when we anticipated possible problems, and we would, at those times, ask specific questions about how they're going to operate the drive-through. Things have changed a lot since 2000 in terms of the way drive-throughs are operated, double lanes, things like that, but also some chains, as we all know, use people outside actually taking orders on iPads and fulfilling orders in that manner. So we evaluate all of those sorts of things if we anticipate a problem as part of the site plan process.
What if a proposed user has 1 lane and then the restaurant changes the format, or that restaurant becomes very popular and they end up going to more than 1 lane as their standard operation? Do they need a site plan amendment to be approved? And if not, then what happens if they try to stack cars elsewhere?
If they're going to change the number of lanes, yes, they need a site plan amendment.
And what if they're not going to, but try to cram them in somehow and have people queue?
If it just becomes too popular, then that essentially, if they're causing a backup onto a street or blocking a sidewalk or something like that, that becomes a code violation that we can address through code enforcement.
And
could-
those, oh,
I'm
please,
sorry,
Ms. Hanson.
It could also be a condition of approval to address the specific concern you have, that should there be a problem, that it would be addressed.
Right, and that can be taken up during the site plan approval.
That's right.
All right, thank you. All right. Other questions of staff? Anyone wishing to speak on this matter as we open up the public hearing? Mr. Vanderploeg, welcome.
Good evening, y'all. For the record, my name is Derek Vanderploeg. My address is 400 South Dixie Highway, Suite 220, at least for the time being. And thank you all for yesterday. We did this approval for a man named Greg Talbot in 2000, between 99 and 2000. There's been subsequent different proposals brought forward over the years, but the fact of the matter is that in today's world, there's probably no bank that, given internet banking and so forth, where they don't need the neighborhood convenient Friday afternoon payroll situation. The previous bank did in fact have 2 drive-through lanes and an escape lane. Right now my client merely wants to remove the drive-through for the restaurant, proposed restaurant, and I think to your question too, there's a difference between a hamburger drive-through restaurant and a coffee drive-through restaurant, and between their hours of operation and a whole variety of different circumstances. We don't know who that user is yet, and we will in fact be coming back hopefully very soon with a tenant in mind or an operator in mind, and be able to show you. We do know that a traditional single lane drive-through with the city's regulatory backups and so forth, and somewhere between 3,000 and 3,500 foot traditional drive-through facility will in fact fit on the existing site with great ease. Certainly we heard the people at the Planning and Zoning Board. The city's ordinance makes you have 0 light at the property line, so we'll certainly guard against that, and all the other things that make for being a good neighbor. The adjacent property is actually vacant and has, I believe it's a single-family zoning designation, but immediately to the east of that is, in fact, some multifamily that got rezoned for some townhouses and so forth. But having said all that, I think all we're looking for today is just to have that condition removed or modified so we can actually move forward with trying to find a use for the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Jonathan Ungian, 6501 Congress Ave. I'll be super brief. Bank pads are obviously gone. That's our only vacant area. Bank are the only available vacant spaces. More food uses are better and should have been approved yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to speak? Last call. We will close the public hearing on this item and will entertain a motion to adopt ordinance 5736.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Then Ms. Siddons, please.
Nachless?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Wigter?
Yes.
Singer?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 votes to 0.
Thank you. That concludes item 12. There is no C. We have no regular public hearings for settlements, so now we'll open the floor to public requests. The cards I got for this item were Greg Ryan, and I believe he might have left, Teresa Watkins, and then anyone else who wishes to speak. Yes, Ms. Watkins, thank you for being here. Good evening. you'll take the lectern, please, or take to the lectern. Don't take it, we need it. Name and address, please, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
My name is Terry Watkins, 17322 Antigua Point Way, Boca Country Club, which is correctly across the street from Costco. So I live on the golf course, which used to be private, and it was lovely, and everybody was happy, and then things went to the city. So between the golf balls that hit common residential areas, such as sidewalks, driveways, that pose personal injury risks to adults and children, resulting in potential liability to the city. Well, I'll just use myself as an example throughout the neighborhood. It started when it became public. I myself live in a home on the 15th fairway. In the morning, I get up with balls hitting my roof, into my balcony, into the kitchen window, into the living room window. Not only that, and this is a wonderful one to know a couple times, basically they're all going over the roofs of these homes. 3 weeks ago, my car in my driveway, single house, my car's outside, smashed the front window. Second time. I find the balls in the front yard, all over the sides of my houses. It's not only mine, not only mine. They even go over my roof, hit a car parked in front of my house, and go to the other side of the road and smash into a woman's window. It's like a DMZ every day, every day. I will come home, and there's golf balls in the front yard, in the sides, and in the back. Now, the worst part is, even worse than this, the golfers will hit the balls. It's in the 15th hole, so I'm about 150, and I know a lot about golf. 150 is exactly where my house is. And every day they come into my backyard, into my yard where I might be sitting, my screened-in porch, which has been hit. Now this is, I'm talking for all my neighbors. One woman got hit through her enormous bird cage in her head. This is constant. So it's dangerous. The worst part is, in front of our house, there's little kids playing. They're on their bikes, right in front of my house. Bang, a golf ball comes in. I have golf balls in barrels in my house alone. Now, what they say to me, the golfers, is
Ms.
they're having
Watkins,
fun.
could you please wrap up, please?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They will call me, they tell me to get back in my home. I should never bought a home on a golf course, and it's constant. If I don't let them in my yard, they say it's my ball. And they do say the F word constantly. Plus, they're doing by the trees. Everybody knows it. They just go over and whip it out, and they're doing it in the trees. This is how we live now, and it's dangerous. And I wanted you to know something has to be done.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins.
Okay. Somebody came out, and I said, all you have to do is realign where they tee off. That would solve it. And I have all the pictures of everything. The roofs have to be done. It's
Thank you, Ms.
constant.
Watkins.
Thank you, though. I just wanted to finish because I waited all evening
I know you
just to let you know the city did this, and what could you do to help?
Thank you.
Please.
Right. Thank you.
Please.
As you said, we appreciate, we welcome everyone, and you can have a seat. Thank you. First, I've heard of this issue, but I know staff will respond further. But you're always welcome to come here, but you can always reach out. We know your time is valuable, so thank you for coming here, but you can reach out by email too. And first, I've heard of it, and I don't know if Mr. Brown personally did. If not, but we'll deal with it.
I have not been made aware of this issue before. We can certainly talk with the pros about, golfer education, first of all, and neighborly habits.
Well, of course, and we'll also,
Yeah,
and I
look
know
into
staff will look at the layout too.
layout,
All right, great, thank you. Mr. Ungian?
Jonathan Ungian, 6501 Congress Avenue. So it was brought to light to me yesterday in listening to the speaker, the commissioner of Parks and Beach and Park District, the gumbo limbo issue. I don't think that's been spoken enough about by this council. You had Representative Gossett Seidman here today. I know it's something very important to her family, and her team as well, that this has been shut down, that they've moved these turtles out. The amount of money that's been spent by the city and has been eaten up by the coastal steward that this council decided to put in charge. I don't think, I think it's been mismanaged. I do think, like the commissioner had said yesterday, that there should be a gift shop, a revenue generator. My daughter's only is 8.5 months today. I'd love to go there with her one day and see that. I pass by it every single day driving home from work, except for tonight. I'll take 95, but otherwise I'll go down A1A. The reality is, like I said, I think that I have not heard anything from council. I heard when you were awarding coastal stewards a year or so ago, and the whole group came in, but from what I understand, they've like disappeared. And there needs to be a solution. This was important to the city, important to the residents. I've seen this room packed with gumbo limbo people. I haven't heard anything spoken on it. I hope that I hear that in commissioner reports as to what this council's doing. From what I understand, if it's state support, you got support. They were here. So if there's something more that needs to be done, but something needs to be done. Just almost as much as what needs to be done in this district, because you're hurting the tax base. You continue to shove it down the downtown's throat, more and more development. It's the ripest here. It's waiting here. I hate to think again like it was a gentrification method, that you're keeping these restrictions so that now you can be our new neighbors for maybe a discount. But like I said, it was many, many years of me coming here for the zoning. Very thankful for you all that are up here now. Somebody had said all the good work that you do. I do agree wholeheartedly, but I think we can do better. I think you do need to listen to the constituents more. Nobody has anything to say about development in this part of town, and yet everybody just nods in acknowledgement, whether it's city managers, whether it's council members, and nobody's tasking the staff to do it. Again, we can all talk about it till we're blue in the face. It was my last point that I want to be with my daughter tonight. I don't want to be here. The same day you remove my restrictions, you passed an ordinance on restricting live local. You know that these property rights are my last concern and issue, and I want to go home and not come here, but you got to do something. It's what's best for this city. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? No, I'm sorry. What I was trying to say is, no, please, Ms. Watkins, I'm sorry. I appreciate this, Ms. Watkins. What I was trying to say, please have a seat. What I was trying to say is we appreciate very much that you waited all this time. I can't speak to, if you emailed staff, then staff should. Please, Ms. Watkins, that's not how we do it here. I'm sorry, and you're welcome here, but that's not how we get one bite. I know you waited all this time. What I was trying to say was encourage other people. It's great that you come. I know you waited a long time to talk to us. You can always email the city council members too if you want your concern to be heard. Regardless, we have heard it. I was typing you an email as we spoke, actually. We have heard it. The city manager will make sure that we follow up appropriately on all of these issues, both the placement, both everything. The placement, the layout, and the conduct of golf patrons. So we appreciate your concern. So I was just trying to empathize with you that you didn't have to wait all this time, but we're glad that you're here. Thank you for taking the time. Your concerns matter, as do everyone's. With that, we'll get to Mr. Ungen's point in a moment. Anyone else wishing to speak under public request? Last call for public request. All right, we'll close the time for public request. Actually, we did have some conversation recently about Gumbo Limbo. There was what I'll call a hot potato dropped in our, there was a hot potato dropped in our hands, and staff has been working hard assiduously to try to deal with it. Mr. Brown.
We are looking at a number of options to, first of all, be sure we restore the gift shop, which is very popular. We are considering whether or not we should be in the turtle rehab business. We will continue to have turtle people being able to engage with the turtles, but whether or not we run a turtle hospital is something we're exploring with the Loggerhead from the Marine up in the north part of the county. The concern there is whether or not we want to actually hire them and pay them to operate the facility, whether we want to be in the business and be responsible for it. Initially, when they talked to us, my understanding is that the first conversation was more of a simple partnership, that they would use the facility and we'd have an agreement. And it then seems that they are interested in being a contractor to us. And we're evaluating whether or not we will recommend doing that. But we're definitely working toward the gift shop. We actually have a couple of options for that, and it should be reopened quite soon.
All right, thank you. I'll just add, that was one of the many things that was said during the earlier comments. It is distressing. The city got notice, very short notice, that the nonprofit partner was ceasing operations, and to my knowledge, they had not reached out expressing that financial concerns were a reason that they were closing settling. I did speak with Representative Gossett-Seidman because it was contemporaneous. I think we were together when we learned of this, and she said they had not reached out to her either. So it is a little distressing. From what I understand, it was a relatively small sum of money, but they haven't approached us. I will just say, if, we don't have to kick it off now, but I do strongly favor exploration of maintaining the rehab facilities there. And so I'm glad that we're looking at that, because I think that is an important component of what we have there at Gumbo Limbo. All right. Thank you. Anything? Mr. Wigner?
No, yeah, I agree. I love the facility. My children, grew up there. And I think it's just a great benefit. I think it's one of the top 3 things. If you look at Travelocity or something, I think Travel Advisor, I think it's one of the top 3 things that people look at when they come to Boca. So I think it's a great asset. That being said, I do agree with Mr. Brown. I don't know if we are specialists in the turtle business. And I think exploring the option with Loggerhead might be better, that they have the actually capacity and the experience to do so. My recollection, and this is several years ago, was that one veterinarian, or I guess the previous veterinarian that was on staff resigned or moved away, and as a result, the previous permit was temporarily suspended because there was no on-staff veterinarian. So then it goes to the point of then you need multi-staffed veterinarians. And again, going to Loggerhead, I think is a better traction, and it's ripe to happen right now. So I agree with exploring that.
All right, thank you.
I just had a question.
Please.
Maybe don't know the answer, Mr. Brown, but if we were, as we explore this opportunity, maybe with Loggerhead, would we then be under the umbrella of their permit and their Fish and Wildlife license?
Whoever, if we have the rehab, whoever has the rehab, they would be the ones who have the permit and provide the function of the hospital. We're also exploring issuing a request for proposals to see what other organizations may be able to provide the service that we want, and find out, what the costing would be, terms, et cetera.
Thank you. All right. That concludes public request. We'll now turn to introduction of ordinances. Ms. Siddons, would you please read the title of Ordinance 5738?
Ordinance number 5738, an ordinance of the City of Boca Raton amending the fiscal year 2024 through 2025 budget through the third budget amendment, providing for severability, providing for appealer, providing an effective date.
Thank you. Would like to introduce this ordinance?
Mr. Mayor, I'll introduce ordinance number 5738.
Very well, thank you. We'll turn to ordinance 5739.
Ordinance number 5739, an ordinance of the City of Boca Raton considering for an approximately 2.17 acre property generally located at 6800 North Federal Highway, a universal conditional UC amendment to the future land use map of the comprehensive plan pursuant to Article 6, Chapter 23, Code of Ordinances, from commercial C to residential medium RM, subject to conditions, providing for revisions to the future land use map, providing for appealer, providing an effective date.
Thank you. Who would like to introduce this ordinance?
Mayor, I'd like to introduce ordinance number 5739.
Very well, thank you. And 5740, please.
Ordinance number 5740, an ordinance of the City of Boca Raton considering for an approximately 2.17 acre property generally located at 6800 North Federal Highway, a universal conditional UC rezoning from motel business RB1 to multifamily residential R3 pursuant to Article 6, Chapter 23, Code of Ordinances, subject to conditions, providing for the appropriate revision of the zoning district map, providing for appealer, providing an effective date.
Thank you.
Mayor, I would be happy to introduce ordinance number 5740.
Thank you. That concludes our introduction of ordinances. Turning to item 16, we have no quasi-judicial public hearings for variances and appeals. So now we'll turn to item 17, City Manager reports and recommendations, and we have several. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item is the proposed millage notification. I'm advising you that I'm giving notice to the Palm Beach County property appraiser and tax collector as follows. The city's proposed operating millage for next fiscal year will be 3.6476 mills per 1,000 of value. The prior year's millage was 3.6548. The debt service millage will be 0.0173 per 1,000. The prior year is 0.0186. The total proposed millage is 3.6649 compared to last year's 3.6734. The rolled back rate is 3.4931 per 1,000. The current year proposed rate as a percentage change of the rolled back rate is 4.42%. The tentative budget hearing will be held on September 8th, 2025 at 6 p.m. in this auditorium, 6500 Congress Avenue, Boca Raton 33487. I'm also providing an update on the fire services assessment fee. As was indicated in Mr. Zervis's budget presentation, there is no change in the fire services assessment for the coming fiscal year. The study supports the finding that we continue to have the fire services assessment. The city cost of providing services is, we assess $14,093,710 to properties within the city. This is approximately 43.9% of the assessable fire protection costs. The proposed level of assessment results in no change to the residential and no change to the commercial properties. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council members, any questions? All right, well, thank you.
And the last item is the selection of city manager candidates for interview. As you will recall, we are planning to schedule the interviews on August 12th. And based upon the number of candidates selected for interview, we will determine our start time for that day, probably in the morning. Your package in the agenda has the candidates recommended by Mercer Group Associates, as well as the additional candidates recommended by Mayor Singer and Mr. Wigner. And Mr. David Deutsch of of Mercer Group Associates is here with us this evening if we have any questions for him. So I'll turn that over to you all to determine which candidates are selected for interview, and then we will follow up accordingly to schedule those interviews.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Council members, if I'll start this off. I just wanted, when I saw the list that was prepared by Mr. Deutsch, and I thank him for his work, I thought that there were some additional names that we should consider. So the list there reflected that. My list was longer. I did not anticipate that all of those candidates would make it to this next round after we had our conversation tonight. But I wanted to give particular notice to all of you, because this is the only place to talk, certain things that I thought should be names that we should take a look at, in addition to the ones that were proposed by Mr. Deutsch. I appreciate his recommendations, but I would be prepared to recommend 5 names, and I can go into it now, and then we can go from there. I would recommend that we proceed to the next round with George Cameo, Jim Zervis, Mark Sohaney, Stan Morris, and Sonia Alves. And don't read those in any particular order. I should have gone alphabetical, but I mixed them up. I believe Mr. Cameo and Mr. Zervis, both here in this room, I have some unique perspective from their times in Boca Raton. I was impressed with Mark Sohaney. While he has not been a city manager, he's functioned as, I think, in an even more challenging role, having been the base commander at both Pearl Harbor and Key West, and was struck by the fact that when we went out for recommendations for applicants, we suggested city manager experience of a city 75,000 or more. There were 93,000 people on that base. He responded to 4 admirals and 1 general, or maybe I have it the other way around, but he's constantly responding to a body of 5, like our city manager would. Had a whole range of things from employment to sizable construction and living quarters as well. So I think really ran the gamut. And I have talked with other cities whose managers do come from a military background. I see some parallel there. Mr. Morris has been a city manager in Sunny Isles Beach, and while I feel that that is a smaller city, I was impressed with some of the things he said when I interviewed him, and I do feel there are some similarities between a coastal city, less business per se, but a number of the same challenges. And Ms. Alves, coming from, who's been interviewing a number of times in Florida and has a genuine interest to come here. She's been made a finalist several other times in Florida, but strong recommendations from the people I spoke to from her management of a city of more than 100,000 people. I just wanted to put some names out there. I'm open to more conversation and didn't want it to be inclusive rather than exclusive, but I thought I would start there because I know you all have opinions too, and they matter.
Mayor, could you just repeat the 5 again? You
Yes,
said
in alphabetical order,
yeah.
Sonia Alves, George Camejo, Stan Morris, Mark Sohaney, James Zervis.
My list, I think 5. Let me ask a question to the city manager. I mean, just practically, I believe you had told me in part of our agenda review, you had a sense of how many would be maybe too many to interview, and there was a sweet spot as to how many you thought would be a suitable number?
I think 5 is a reasonable number. I don't think going beyond 6 really would make I don't know that we would be able to, I'm trying to figure boil it down, whittle it down, in other words, come to a conclusion. But it's really the will of the council as to how many you want to interview. If somebody feels strongly about a particular candidate that hasn't been mentioned, it's certainly worth bringing up to the group.
Well, in that case, my list of 5 is maybe 5 or 6. It's largely similar. Alves, Camejo, I added Patrick Jordan to that. Morris, Sohaney, Zervis. So I would just maybe add 1 on top to make it 6. Happy to whittle it down more, recognizing that 6 can be cumbersome.
That's the same list I had, Mr.
Ms.
Johnson.
Ackles, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's the same list I had. I had added Patrick Jordan to that list of 5 that you first gave as well.
Mr. Spraker. My list was a little different. I agreed with the mayor's suggestions and my colleagues. I also thought that I nominated Mr. Spinelli. He was in the Air Force, and also he had a significant experience managing personnel, managing significant property, real estate aspects, and also very significant emergency management experience, which I thought would be helpful. Additionally, I thought would be included Mr. Frazier. So I guess I had Camejo, Zervis, Frazier, Spinelli, and Morris.
Give me a moment, please. There we go. All right, council members, further thoughts? We have
Mr.
two.
Wager, repeat his list one more time, sorry.
Well, Mr. Morris was already included in the mayor's list, so it was Camejo, Zervis, Mr. Frazier, and Spinelli. Right? Camejo, Zervis, Frazier, Spinelli, Morris. Yeah.
And Morris.
Well, we
One
have-
comment about Morris, yes, if we're gonna make the comments, you know, I had a conversation with our Mr. Deutsch, and you know, the conversation was, oh, you know, that Sunny Isles was such a smaller city, and that you know, that it's really not comparable, but in terms of that city manager's operation, they have had significant experience in a lot of dense developments that we're now encountering. And so I thought that experience in useful downtown development already would be significantly helpful.
I actually have a question of Mr. Deutsch. Mr. Deutsch, if you'll come forward, please, and thank you for hanging out all this time. Could you remind me, please, Mr. Jordan's current role, please?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. We were unable to ascertain current employment for Mr. Jordan. His
yes.
material submitted to us indicates a last employment in Michigan ending in 2024.
And I do see, I had some notes. He apparently worked, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, please, I think he was looking to work for a member of the Alaska legislature who he had known but did not remain there long, and then was interviewing in Fort Myers as recently as April. Is that right?
I'm unaware of the Fort Myers case that you mentioned, but I am aware that he went to Alaska, had a friend who was elected to the Alaska legislature, and went there to be a chief of staff, apparently. And now he wants to get back into city management.
I don't know if anyone spoke with Mr. Jordan. I did not speak with him. I spoke with many others, but not him. Right. Well, I'd rather it seems we've got three of us at least agreed on, Mr. Thompson and Ms. Nacklis agreed with the five I put forward, and Mr. Wader had three of those five. And then there's only, it looks three other names, Mr. Jordan, Mr. Spinelli, and Mr. Frazier. Again, I don't want to be exclusive, but maybe we have 8, maybe we need to get to another number of 6. So we can have some discussions. I did not speak with all of them, so I don't know if anyone spoke with all three. By the way, I noticed Mr. Spinelli's background too on the military side. I thought, for me, I ranked Mr. Sohaney further because he was in charge of 2 entire bases rather than subsets. I found his experience a little more broad.
Well, Mayor?
Please.
If we proceed on that basis, it will seem that there's 5 that have 3 votes or more, some that have 4. And then the only additional ones to consider would be Frazier, which has 1 vote, Jordan, which has 2 votes, and Spinelli, which has 1. Am I getting that right? Frazier, Jordan, Spinelli, yeah. So if the question is how do we get to, if we're going to just add 1 more and get to 6, maybe for those who didn't opine on either Frazier, Jordan, or Spinelli, maybe we cast lots and see who has the most, and then that person gets the 6th slot.
All right, so what I'm hearing is we got 5 set, and do we want to add a 6th, and if so, who?
Correct.
Give me a moment, please. Well, that's a question. Council members, do you want to even consider going 7? I think that may be tied to question who it is, because we have multiple people. Mr. Wigner, you've got several other names who didn't find, who are also on the list. Do you have a preference between Mr. Spinelli and Mr. Frazier? If you got down to one, do you want to go for two more? Do you want to go for three more?
I'll withdraw Frazier.
Okay. Then in that case, I would, if we want to have a sixth, two of my colleagues want Mr. Jordan. I'm happy to have, two. It's like getting cert. You got 2 out of 5 of us who want to see him, so I think that's enough to go see him and have that conversation. So I would include him and leave it at the 6th then. How do we all feel about that? I don't want to, but I don't want to, if you feel strongly we should see a 7th person, I will make the time. I think it's important this is an important decision, so I don't want to be under-inclusive. I'd rather be over-inclusive.
I think if it's possible and they can all 7 even participate in this time frame, it would be great. It would be great to talk to them. If we learn one new thing from one applicant, it's worth talking to them.
Okay. So then you're suggesting Alves, Camejo, Jordan, Morris, Zervis, Spinelli, and did I miss one? Sohaney, thank you, yes. So you're saying 7. Council members, I have time to do the 7, so. All right, so we're going to land on 7? All right.
Mayor, might I make a comment?
Please.
Thank you. And I don't want to suggest any preference here, but as Mr. Brown indicated, 5 might be the sweet spot. I've been involved in several of these at 6, and 6 still works. 7 is not easy, that's the wrong word. 7 makes a very long day, and you're going to need to be prepared to spend a lot of time. Generally, we recommend an hour for each candidate, which we usually tell our clients allows 12 to 15 questions, and that's moving pretty rapidly with about 10 minutes in between, or if there's some spillover because of follow-up questions. We will facilitate, whether it's 6, 7, or 5. We're here with you. Just for what it's worth. 7 seems like a lot, but this is a decision that's going to have a many-year impact. So if you decide you want to see 7, we'll help line them up and facilitate their presence here.
Appreciate that perspective. Council members, I just want to ask, did...
Mayor's suggestion, maybe?
Yeah.
How about you keep your 6, and if one of the 6 can't attend that specific day, then Spinelli's an alternate. You're assuming, have all those people been notified that that's the day, potentially, that they might be arriving? They may be coming for an interview?
Well, I think the answer to that is no, because we didn't know until tonight what that list was going to look like. We've told folks, you're still in the process. And when we told them they got past the earlier iteration, we told them that you were meeting tonight, and then interviews would be on the 12th of August.
So you want to have them warming up in the bullpen?
Well, listen, the point is, we're making perhaps one of the most important decisions of the city, and now it's, we're looking at making it, for time's sake, let's call it right in the middle of the summer, and now we're basing it on potentially a certain number of candidates that we don't know if they can or cannot make it here. So it's just, it creates challenges to create the most talented applicant pool. That being said, we have I'm hopeful that a lot of the applicants will be able to make it, and that we'll have enough of a solid choice, and I'm prepared to move forward on that basis. But like I said, if 2 of the guys call Mr. Deutsch back and say, sorry, I'm in Tahiti, I'm not making it, Is that your basis for not considering them? I don't know. It seems, it seems a little bit like now there should be one more, if their consensus to move forward with these applicants, and then there has to be one more set of correspondence between Mr. Deutsch and them that they can arrive, and then there's some sort of internal confirmation that, yes, they can all arrive on that day. And if they can't, then we have to decide if we have enough, or if we need to postpone the decision or keep the pool open for the next meeting, which I guess is 2 weeks later.
I would urge you not to move beyond the 12th of August. We've told folks that is when interviews will occur. Now, we don't know which, we didn't know who they would be. But barring somebody having secured a trip to Tahiti, all of these folks have a pending application here. And if they want to be here at your invitation, they'll get here. So, yeah, I don't think you have to worry about that, other than one of these people perhaps having another, as I've used the phrase, another iron in the fire. We lost an applicant right when I gave you the initial materials back in June. So that could happen, but we just have to see how it goes. I mean, if your decision is 7 people, we'll be in touch with those people tomorrow.
Mr. Reader, I'm sensitive to what you're saying. Maybe I think 6 is a number, because I knew you offered some names. I held off on offering 2 other candidates. I didn't know we'd have as much consensus. There were some others I interviewed with, and I interviewed a lot of people preliminarily and was impressed generally with their responses. But I'm sensitive that we may not all get all our choices, but I think maybe 6 is a better number. It is on the outer bound, and I had been looking at what other cities have been doing, and they usually range between 4 and 6. I did not see either 7. Mr. Deutsch is more experienced, but I didn't see any 7 finalists. So,
My inclination is to do the 7 that we chose, including Mr. Spinelli. If it takes an extra hour, as Mr. Deutsch said, then big job to fill, and
Okay.
I think it's worth it.
that's fine. Then we can do it, and we can start. I believe we have what is our early, you've canvassed the council members, but I don't believe we have an early morning constraint that day, do we?
I do not believe we have some. I did a little quick checking. If we start at 9, we should be able to, with an hour for lunch, we should be able to finish the interviews, assuming each is an hour, by 5 p.m., and then you can deliberate.
All right, very good. I will encourage everyone, I had good conversations with the people the ones I spoke to. I said, it's likely I'll be talking to you again, so, let's use this time well to go talk to them, so it's not an hour, because some of these conversations are going to go more than an hour, and I'm sure the people who are interested will take their time. And to the point that was made, almost everyone I'd spoken to said, yes, I just saw your last meeting, so at least they're watching things. Mr. Thompson?
It's understood that we're going to be in touch with these people individually in advance, right? So maybe I'm the only one. I don't see the need for that to be an entire hour for each person.
I would think that, Mr. Deutsch can correct me, but normally you spend maybe 40 to 45 minutes, and then you have a little bit of time to think before the next person comes in.
So, as I said, we generally schedule an hour. Some candidates and councils take the entire hour. Sometimes you're done in 45 minutes. Mr. Thompson, you're right, sometimes. But, I had a recruitment with interviews in February of this year, and 6 folks were interviewed, and 5 of them went about 55 minutes. Some people talk longer. Some people's responses generate follow-up questions. And different council members have different interviewing styles. So there's no one best way to answer the question. And Mr. Brown, we could probably save some time by maybe having 45 minutes or 30 minutes for lunch and accommodate some squeezing the schedule a little there. But
All right, so have we landed on these 7?
Yes?
Yes for Ms. Naklis. Yes for Mr. Wigner. You're fine with Mr. Thompson?
Mayor, would you mind reading those names again? I don't want to have a faux pas and tell somebody they're invited and I've got the wrong person.
Yes, I've got Sonia Alves, George Camejo, Patrick Jordan, Stan Morris, Mark Sohaney, Mr. Spinelli, James Zervis.
Check.
All right. Well, all right. Well, thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to everyone who's shown interest. And Mr. Brown's.
Just council members, to facilitate your you're speaking to the candidates individually, we'll make arrangements through Mr. Deutsch to make sure that there's contact information available, et cetera.
Yeah, and I think we have it too.
Yes.
So yes.
It's available.
Very good.
but
So dial at will.
Coordinating.
Yeah, very good. Mr. Brown.
I don't have any additional reports this evening.
Thank you. City Attorney reports.
Mayor and Council, I know it's very late. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to appear virtually. A lengthy session, even though I wasn't called upon by the council. Appreciative of Mr. Shep, my office, able to attend in person on my behalf.
All right, thank you. Council member reports. Mr. Wigner.
Nothing further. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Ms. Naklas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment on a comment that was made yesterday by someone saying that we have no local newspaper here in Boca Raton, where in fact we actually do have the Boca Raton Tribune, which is celebrating 16 years right now, and they have an online presence and a local distribution. So I just wanted to mention that. And as always, I want to remind everyone that they can connect with us through the My Boca app, the city website, and by texting one word, Alert Boca, to 38276. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
We not only have the Boca Tribune, which is fantastic, but also the Coastal Star. So we do have some decent local papers, many of which are able to cover us in good detail. And in fact, I just got my latest copy of the Coastal Star here in my packet. So thank you to them for reporting on us as diligently as they are. That concludes my report.
Thank you. In addition, we also have non-print editions that are hyper-local, like Tap Into Boca. And then when that was said, I was looking over at our Sentinel reporter who was there. So we still have the Sun Sentinel and Palm Beach Post who do cover us. And we appreciate their trying to share the information we put out. I just want to confirm, we're all set then for August 12th at 9 a.m. start time? Because we're going to notice that meeting accordingly. Good. We're set for 9 a.m. Thank you to everyone. I will not report any further and wish everyone a good evening as we adjourn this meeting at 10:46. Thank you.